Good evening. I call to order the Lake Havasu City Council regular meeting on Tuesday, July 25th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. We'll now have an invocation from Chaplain B. Evans from Stonebridge Christian Fellowship, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Boy Scouts Troop 85.
Good evening again. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are just so grateful. There's not a time we can't walk into your throne room asking you, worshiping you, and praising you, and we thank you for that. Tonight, Lord, I lift up our council meeting and our council members. I thank you, Father, that you've just inspired them with your wisdom and your love for this city. I thank you, Father, that their yes will be yes tonight and their no will be no. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen.
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 Salute. Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2. You may sit down.
Excellent. Welcome to the Boy Scouts Troop 85. If you want to tell us a little bit about your organization.
Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Caleb Lloyd. This is Richie right here with the glasses. This is Vincent Gray. This is Gavin, Ryan Guest, and Tyson Lloyd. Okay. I am the senior patrol leader. I help the other scouts in my troop to reach a level above and beyond me. In our troop, we do lots of activities. And our most recent activity we did was camping. We camped at our first ever summer camp back in June. At a summer camp, you do merit badges, which are these on my sash. Like you could do cooking, climbing, first aid, camping, hiking, whatever you want. We also do community service projects. We have cleaned hiking trails and painted benches and cleaned beaches. We clean the trails and when we clean the trails, we rake the trail to get a nice flat surface. Also, we put rocks on the edge of the trail to make it easier for people to follow the trail. We also do orienteering courses. Those are courses that you use your compasses to find a destination. We meet on Wednesdays at Lamb of God Lutheran Church at 6 p.m. to 7:30. I hope you all have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here this evening. All right, we'll now move on to item 4, the roll call. Ms. Davis, if you please call the roll.
Councilmember Nancy Campbell.
Here.
Councilmember Michelle Lynn.
Here.
Cameron Moses.
Here.
Jenny Koch.
Here.
David Lane.
Here.
Jim Dolan.
Here.
Mayor Kalshihi.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Would any of the council members like to remove the item for separate discussion?
Mayor,
Yeah, Councilmember Koch,
motion?
please.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Koch and we have a second from Vice Mayor Lane. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Campbell,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Dolan,
Aye.
thank you. Councilmember Moses,
Aye.
thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Item 6 is our correspondence, communications, petitions, announcements, and the city manager report. Item 6.1 is to announce the vacancies on Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. Ms. Davis?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There are a number of vacancies on the Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. The following is a listing of these vacancies. Airport Advisory Board, 1 alternate, 1 pilot member. Board of Adjustment, 2 regular members, 2 alternate members. And the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, 1 student member. Anyone that is interested, they could pick up a packet at City Hall, and they are also available on the city's website at lhcaz.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.2 is our city manager's report. Good evening, Mr. Knudsen.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Some special news to share with everybody. Our very own Kelly Williams, our city clerk, was just awarded the Arizona Municipal Clerks Association the 2023 Clerk of the Year Award at the annual conference just earlier today. It's in recognition of her many contributions, accomplishments, and her dedication to local government and the city clerk profession. She can't be here tonight in person because she's still attending the conference, but she will be joining us virtually later this evening. Kelly has served as the city clerk since 2012. Since 1978, which was the city's incorporation, we've had only 3 city clerks. So Kelly is our 3rd city clerk in that long period of time. Mayor and I are proud to have the opportunity to drive 4 hours there and 4 hours back earlier today, and to honor her accomplishment and as she accepted the award. And we're very thankful for all her efforts for the city clerk profession, as well as what she's done for Lake Havasu City. So congratulations to you, Kelly, and all your team. Our Veterans Treatment Court graduation was held on July 14th, and we had 5 more veterans that graduated the program. As a total of 240 now have graduated since the inception of the program in 2013, and the recidivism rate for the Veterans Treatment Court is 9.1%. We had our Tri-City Council meeting just last week here in Lake Havasu City. Topics included an update from the Mojave County Board of Supervisors and other elected officials in attendance, an update from Mojave County on opioid settlement grants. We talked about the county budget. We talked about the county housing study that is currently underway. And we had a legislative update from the League of Cities and Towns, as well as an update from ADOT and our rural transportation advocate as well. And Mayor, then separately, you had a visit just last week from the Consul General of Mexico out of Phoenix. His name is Jorge Mendoza Yesca, and he contacted you to talk about maybe some sister city opportunities in the future for the council to discuss. An update on everything happening on the city property under the bridge. So there's a few slides here that shows the progress that was made for the removal of the concrete and replacement of the concrete. And some of these pictures that you see here, so starting off here, this was the day of June 19th. And we'll see some progress since that start of that project. You see here some existing pavers were covered by the crews to help protect that area. Very tricky situation in trying to move all that heavy concrete out of that area without disrupting the other portions of the English Village. And the Public Works team in our contract had to get very creative in how do we get concrete down to that location. So at about 3 o'clock in the morning, this was going on. As you see, a pumper truck pouring concrete off the side of the bridge down to that location. A couple more views from the same pumper truck at the same time. You can see here, crews are preparing to saw cut some expansion joints. Did a really good job, especially with some of that diamond approach that they did there. And you see some of the finishing touches that you see. This project was led by our Public Works team. The last concrete pour was done last week on July 12th, and the concrete is now set to cure and will remain fenced off to the public as we want that concrete to cure and be long lasting for many, many years. The expectation is that the fencing will come down on August 4th and the public will be asked to enjoy that area. Special thanks to the London Bridge Resort Management, English Village Management, and Helm Concrete. And special thanks to our Public Works teams led by Greg Frostley and our Parks crews led by Mike Keene for all their work and late night hours And a special thanks to our police chief Sterling for his staff for assisting with law enforcement during this project. And lastly, Mayor and Council, Support Our Schools Week kicked off yesterday with a proclamation from you, Mayor. This week honors our local educators, our teachers, our students, and schools with a community-wide school supply drive. I'd like to play, if I can, a very short video.
Greetings, Lake Havasu City. Can you believe it's already been a whole year since our last Support Our Schools Week? It's that time again to offer another proclamation from my office, the Office of the Mayor, naming July 24th through July 30th as Support Our Schools Week in Lake Havasu City. We have partnered with the Lake Havasu Association of Realtors, the Lake Havasu City Area Chamber of Commerce, Havasu K-12 Foundation, Havasu Regional Medical Center, Summerlin Title, and other area businesses through a citywide school supply collection in support of all Lake Havasu City schools. Please visit the Lake Havasu Support Our Schools Week Facebook page for information on drop-off locations, how to make a donation, and a list of school supplies needed. It is my honor to offer a proclamation naming July 24th through July 30th as our Lake Havasu Support Our Schools Week in Lake Havasu City. Whereas Lake Havasu City celebrates the Support Our Schools Week in honor of our local educators and students by equipping them with the tools necessary to reach their highest potential in all classrooms. And whereas Lake Havasu City recognizes that what is best for our youth is what is best for our city, which means ensuring that they have access to high quality education and the tools necessary to achieve success while in school for future opportunities, stability, and prosperity. And whereas a high quality education develops the mind, opens the heart, nurtures talents, strengthens character, and ensures our children are provided every opportunity to learn and grow. And whereas Lake Havasu City's businesses and community leaders recognize that the best learning environment is one where students are healthy and happy and surrounded by a community that cares and is aware of their educational needs. And whereas all residents and community members in Lake Havasu City are called upon to join us in our effort to collect school supply donations for our area's grades 1 through grade 12 students. And whereas students collect throughout the week helps meet the needs of thousands of students and enables them to dive into their learning with confidence. Items needed are basic needs, including pencils, pens, crayons, composition notebooks, pocket folders, spiral notebooks, pencil cases, and monetary donations. And whereas it is the duty of every resident and leader to support our schools that contribute to the quality of life in Lake Havasu City. Now, therefore, I, Cal Sheehy, the mayor of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the week of July 24th through July 30th, 2023, as the Support Our Schools Week in celebration of all students, educators, advocates, and pioneers that create caring neighborhoods and support our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We support our schools!
And for those that want to help participate and support our schools, there are drop-off sites located at City Hall, Lake Havasu Association of Realtors, over at the Lake Havasu Area Chamber of Commerce building, over at the Lake Havasu Unified School District, at Foothills Bank, at our post office, at Summerlin Title, and at HRMC. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Knudsen. All right, we'll move on to item 7, which is our public hearings. We'll have 7 public hearings this evening. We will have the introductions of the items. During the public hearings, you will have time, if you would like to speak on those when we open the public hearing. You just make your way to the podium, state your name for the record. There is a light indicator box next to Ms. Davis. Green means you have time. Yellow means you have 1 minute remaining. And red means that the time is up. You don't have to sign up for the public hearings, but some folks did. So we'll call them in those order and then open it up the microphones to the rest as we go through. We do remind when you are speaking to the council that you are addressing us. So just look towards the council and address the council on any items that you may have. We'll start with our first public hearing, item 7.1, which is adopt ordinance number 23-1313, amending City Code Chapter 2.56, Magistrates Court, to repeal Section 2.56.040, Magistrates, commencement of terms. Ms. Gary.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item was introduced at the last City Council meeting. The purpose of this item is to remove Section 56.040, which currently sets the commencement of the term for the chief magistrate and their assistants effective as of March 15th. This section was adopted in 1985, and it's no longer relevant or necessary. We set the term for the city magistrate by contract, and so there's no reason to keep this section. No changes, other changes were recommended by the city council, and staff recommends that this ordinance be adopted, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Gary. Are there any questions of Ms. Gary on this item for members of the council? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item?
What does it entail?
I'm sorry, you just would have to make your way to the podium and state your name for the record and ask a question if you have one. Okay.
Just for you, by the way, Josh, you figured I'd give you some of my biblical knowledge of that. Bachelor's and
Yeah, so you do have to get onto the microphone, please, and just state your name.
what does it entail, this code?
Yeah, Ms. Gary?
The code currently reads, commencing in 1985, the chief magistrate and his or her assistant shall commence their term of office effective March 15th.
So explain it one more time, please. Explain it a little different.
Yeah, so what is happening is the code currently dictates that the magistrates will be appointed on March 15th of each year.
Awesome.
That's not how we do it. We actually do it by contract. So we contract with a magistrate
Bam.
for
Thank you.
different
Thank
times.
you, Kyle Shealy.
Yeah.
Blessings.
Yeah, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any discussion or a possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Vice Mayor Lane?
I move to adopt ordinance number 23-1313, amending City Code Chapter 2.56, Magistrates Court to repeal Section 2.56.040, Magistrates, commencement of term.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Lane, a second from Councilmember Koch. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. All right, the next item is item 7.2 is introduce ordinance number 23-1312, repealing and replacing City Code Chapter 9.26, cabarets with Chapter 9.26, sexually orientated businesses. Ms. Gary?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In December of last year, the City Council held a special meeting and executive session to discuss City Code Chapter 9.26. At the conclusion of that, we discussed that some action needs to be taken with respect to Chapter 9.26 because it is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional in two respects. First, it's unconstitutional on its face because it's overbreadth, meaning it regulates a substantial amount of constitutionally protected expression. The example that we used was a singer in one of our local establishments that is set up, and the establishment is licensed to sell alcohol. This person would not be able to accept tips or perform within 6 feet of the patron based on the regulations that we currently have in place. So how the activity is defined and what it may be applied to does not match the findings or the purpose that's contained in the beginning of this chapter, which focuses on the combination of alcohol and erotic stimulus, and then the secondary effects that this chapter is meant to protect are not attributable to the example just given of the singer in our local establishment. There is a disconnect, and that needs to be corrected. Second, the chapter lends itself to being applied in an unconstitutional manner. This chapter was adopted in the 1980s and has never been cited in a violation. So if all of a sudden the city started citing individuals or establishments, it's highly likely that the party would have a pretty good argument that the city is applying the chapter in a discriminatory manner. Again, the chapter just needs to be rewritten so it only applies to the activities in which it's intended to regulate. There are decades of case law that address sexually oriented businesses. These cases carve out the pathway to be able to regulate this activity. The regulation is twofold. Our first is our zoning ordinances or the development code, which establishes where certain uses are allowed. So adult entertainment is allowed in the LI district, so that's light industrial, with a conditional use permit. Adult retail is allowed in mixed use general, the commercial Southgate district, C2 general commercial, light industrial, and industrial. Second, the city now has Chapter 9.26, which adds that extra layer of protection when it comes to sexually oriented businesses. Certain revisions are being suggested to Chapter 9.26. These revisions revise the definitions to mirror the definitions contained in the state statutes. It brings the focus to adult entertainment, adult live entertainment establishments, and adult cabarets, which all include the exposure of specific anatomical areas defined in state law, which includes anus, genitals, or female breast below a certain point immediately above the top of the areola, and specific sexual activities, including genital in the state of sexual stimulation or arousal, sexual acts, etc. So what you have in front of you is simply bringing the current code into compliance with the law. The same restrictions comply, but are revised to clearly apply to adult live entertainment and entertainment at an adult cabaret. It still exists that part of our code requires that performers wear a minimum attire, which we define as an opaque, non-flesh colored fabric fully covering the genitals, pubic hair, vulva, mons veneris, anus, breast area, and buttocks area. Certain activities may not be performed, such as simulated sexual intercourse, masturbation, etc. The performers may not be under the age of 18. They must be at least 6 feet from the patrons and may not receive gratuity or other forms of payment from the patrons. There may be some other areas that you may wanting to discuss to revise. I did receive some questions about adding a minimum age to view the adult entertainment of the patrons and not just the performers. If this is something that the council would like to add, it could be included in the same regulation about the minimum age of the performers. I suggest that it would be that the patrons be at least 18 years of age or at least 21 years of age if alcohol is being served to view adult entertainment. Another area in which I received questions was related to tipping. Again, as it's written, it's prohibited, but if that's an area that council does not want to regulate, it can be removed and it can be discussed tonight and directed. I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Thank you, Ms. Gary. So as we're bringing back the feedback that council gave at the time back in December when we met after research has been done to bring this back to make sure that it meets the constitutionality of all of our citizens. When it comes to the question about regulating the age of those viewing the adult entertainment, where would you suggest that be inserted?
I suggest that it be inserted so it's 9.26.030, and then it is C. So C is the one that talks about the person below 18 age may not provide adult live entertainment, and I think that we could add it to that section where that the patrons must also be at least 18 or 21 if alcohol is being served.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Gary from members of the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Lynn.
I'm actually the one who called Miss Gary today and asked if that could be inserted in there, and I fully support that.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And then is
Mayor?
there any discussion? I too support that. I think that is a good language to add in there. Any other feedback from council members on that particular item?
Mayor?
Yeah,
Mayor,
Councilmember Campbell.
Yes, I totally agree with that being put in there as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
And great work on that.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember Moses?
Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with that. I think that's a common sense approach and would be the right thing to do.
Yeah. Councilmember Moses, can you give us just a second? Steve in the control room, are you able to turn up the volume for us? Okay. But Councilmember Moses, could you try that again? I think we might have just dropped you. Did we drop Councilmember Moses? Okay, when he joins back in, we will we'll circle back to his conversation. There was also, Ms. Gary, you mentioned something about gratuities. Is that a comment or a thought someone wants to?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Lynn.
I just want to make sure that we're not going to affect some of our businesses that already have some of this entertainment. And to me, it doesn't really matter. I don't attend any of these shows, but we have shows like Thunder Down Under that come here to different 21 and above places. And this may affect whether or not those will come here. And so if they're adults and they're consenting and they're following those other rules, that's part of their entertainment is receiving tips. So I had talked to Ms. Gary about what that looks like and how that affects that. To me, it doesn't matter, but that is something that if that's what a business, they participate in those type of entertainment. And I was just curious what everybody else thought on that.
Sure. So, Ms. Gary, would that be considered adult entertainment, Thunder from Down Under, or something along those lines?
I honestly don't know. I've never been to that show, so I can't tell you exactly what happens, but it would have to meet the definitions that are contained within the code. And so, I mean, if it's exposing those particular parts of the body that are prohibited or that makes it adult entertainment, then that would be something of concern. And they would have to have the minimum attire, and then these prohibitions would apply.
Okay.
But I don't have enough information as to whether that particular activity falls underneath the definitions.
Yeah, no, fair answer. So if they're following and complying, if we're comfortable with how this code's written, that it's covering the areas of the body that are outlined in this code, and they can comply to that, then the activity could go on and they could receive gratuity for it.
Okay, I don't know either. That's why I was just, when I read it and that's what they do, and people touch them and put money in there. I don't attend them. I don't know, but I'm just saying I don't want this later for, one of these, establishments to have an event, a bachelor party or a bachelorette party or something, and then I don't want them to be charged with something if they're still following this. I think that's where just my confusion is too. I don't know.
I mean, so they would have to be specifically showing their anus, the genitals, or the female breast above the top of the areola. So, I mean, I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think those specific parts are actually shown. I know that they probably take their shirts off and are wearing skimpy clothes, but I don't know that they are exposing those particular parts of their body and then dancing. If I'm wrong, then yes, this would apply. But then the question is, do you want that kind of activity? I mean, to this degree. I mean, I think we're trying to send the message that we don't want completely naked type of performing, and that's where the minimum attire comes in. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Campbell, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I wanted some clarification on that because I know that they act in a very sexually provocative way and they simulate intercourse. I mean, this is a crazy conversation we're having, but if we want to dig in the weeds and just say it how it is, they are very sexually provocative. So Kelly, if they are imitating sexual intercourse activity, even though their butts are only showing, is this okay or not?
So the definition is that the performance or dance involves a person who is unclothed or in such costume, attire, or clothing as to expose the specific anatomical areas as that term is defined. So it all comes down to exposure of those particular parts of the body is when it kicks in.
Did you not say something about simulating sex in that ordinance? I thought I heard you said that and I thought I read that.
Yes, so that's part of the prohibitions.
Okay. I understand that now. Okay. I'm good with whatever you guys decide.
Yes, the prohibitions come into play if it is considered adult entertainment by the definitions outlined in Code Section 9.26.020. A, adult entertainment, and then B, adult live entertainment establishment. If those two definitions are met, then those prohibitions are comply to that. So, yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully that clarifies a little bit.
Like nudity and tipping.
Yeah, so it would. So under the adult entertainment, it would be a dance of any type conducted on a premise where such performance involves a person who's unclothed or in a costume, attire, or clothing as to expose that specific area that's outlined.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Lane.
Thank you. And I think what Councilmember Lynn's trying to get at is she doesn't want unintended consequences for people that have businesses where they may go to a home or a party. The way I read this, and I think, Ms. Gary, you guys did an excellent job based on the feedback that we gave you and based on the feedback that you got from the public. I don't think it does that because there's two different sections. There's what is an adult, and then also what is a cabaret. And this really spells out that when they're in a cabaret. So I think those businesses are covered that way. The way I read it is that we're covering businesses. And as far as limiting those under the age of 18, I don't have a problem with that either. So the way you wrote it, we can add that into section C when we do an action, and we can move forward from there. But I think this meets the definition of what we wanted and what the definition of the majority of the public wanted, without restricting other businesses that may be here, such as private parties and that stuff. As far as the Thunder Down Under and all that, what's good for one group is good for another. It has to cover everybody and not pick and choose in just certain types of activities, but all those types of entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moses, are you back with us? And did you still have comments you wanted to share?
Yeah, I'm here. I got booted, but I just wanted to throw my support towards the age restriction that Councilwoman Lynn suggested. I think that was the right thing to do.
Thank you. All right. Is there any additional discussion among council before we open the public hearing? All right. This is a public hearing. Again, you don't have to sign up, but we did have one person sign up. So we'll start with Karen Vanderjack. And then anyone else that would like to make their way to the podium, please feel free to do so.
I won't waste the council's time because Michelle Lynn has really done her homework, and thank you for all of you that are supporting putting the children, the minors' attention to this. So that's all I wanted to say, so thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item?
Hello, my name is Dinah Lutz. I have a quick question. The sexually oriented businesses is defined as being a business in the sex industry. So in the case of what happened this year at the London Bridge Resort, it's not a sex industry business. So is the chapter written such that it would apply to anybody who wants a one-night stand having a drag show or something?
Yeah, so no, it's in our definitions are different. So ours are outlined with what adult entertainment is, what adult entertainment establishment is, and then the adult cabaret. And then it lists out what the prohibited conduct is.
So it would apply to anybody who wants to do it, even though they're not part of the, quote, sex industry on a daily basis?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if one of those definitions is met at any establishment within our community, then this code section would apply.
Right. Okay. I just have some other input about it. I think this needs to be managed, and I found that the city of Phoenix has code in their Chapter 10, Article 12, sexually oriented businesses. They have spelled out a very detailed process by which businesses can host these events. It includes licensing, permitting. They even take fingerprints of the person who's requesting it. They charge fees, application fees, to actually hold the event. I would propose that we charge an event fee, much like brides pay for weddings, maybe $5,000 to $10,000 for the event, for the venue, if someone wants to host a large event of that nature. It also includes like inspections and that type of thing. But I wanted to read the rules and regulations that they have stipulated in their policy. You must be 18 years of age or older to attend these premises. No patron may place any money on a person of or on the costume of an employee of this business. Hand-to-hand tipping of employees is permitted. No patron may touch or make contact with the breast, anus, or genitals of any employee of this business. So we're not here to infringe on people's rights, but we got to protect the children. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Lutz, can you give me that code section again? I couldn't write as fast as...
Yeah, it's in the Phoenix Municipal Codes, Chapter 10 under businesses, and it's Article 12 called Sexually Oriented Businesses. And they have a very detailed process by which they manage these activities.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hello, Mayor, Council, David Diaz here. Ms. Geary, are you able tonight to say how you're going to correct items C under 9.030? Are we going to get that wording down tonight, or is that at another date?
Yeah, Mr. Diaz, that would be up to the council to give direction and a motion. So Ms. Gary wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay, so is that what we're going to do tonight, or is that at a future?
Yeah, today, this is here for introduction, so whatever motion may be made by a member of the council will outline or spell that out if that's the will of the council.
Okay, just want to get clarification. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Oh, okay, yeah, please just make your way to this podium. And so you just have to get to the microphone and state your name for the record too, please.
We have a very big problem in our nation, especially.
If we get your name, please.
Travis Justin Ramsey.
Thank you.
As I showed you, the lion and lamb. I mean,
no, each item though, people can go to the website and start section.
I mean,
so
yeah, the mark, it's been around since the beginning. So till the end, right? So let me declare on some things that I have found with the Arizona Department of Child and Safety. I have texts, they've stolen my son. And as I show you, I'm hair of Israel. So this is kind of a national thing you guys are in, and you guys are causing a conflict that is going to jeopardize your guys' country. And I am letting you know that you have admitted to human trafficking right here.
Yes. So you guys stay at the podium. If you have any exhibits, you can hand them over to Ms. Davis. That's right next to you. Just
and not to mention, this is legal. You see what they do is they put them on adoption for $50,000, these children that they take from the poor with poor representatives. And how easy it is with AI nowadays. Just take a picture of a kid, see what they're going to grow, even see their organs, be able to sell them to a different country for a higher price, $250. See, what happens is you guys become so boastful, you think you're so strong, but it comes to when I am weak, I am strong. And you guys miss sight of this stuff. And now this is in the legal system being handled by judges, which now judges are guilty of trafficking minors, including the affiliations of police officers, helping them along the matter. So with my son being arrested, I am not being taken from me without me even being found guilty in court in Salt Lake City with a court order that the judge said me and my wife could see each other for what God puts together, let no one separate. This is a Fourth Amendment right. We have now, the guilty ones are right there. And there's a reason why Christ cast a bunch of demons into pigs. And there's a reason why they are called this.
Mr. Ramsey, you address the council, please.
I am.
Okay.
But you need to understand my anger is for my son, and I'm demanding for my son's immediate release.
Okay, and we're here talking about a code section. Do you have any comments on the code section?
Well, what is more code than trafficking a child, Cal Sheely?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you understand? I have the proof right here. Would you guys even want to look at this?
Yeah, please leave it there and we'll review it.
I can't leave it here because this is my evidence for when I go to court August 8th. I'm requesting for their guilty of the sin. I'm requesting them to show and arrest the judges. For the judges should have knew there is no error. You have two eyes and one mouth. You should be able to see where evil people come from. Because they do not come from the streets, from poverty levels like the poor on taxation, because you guys did not leave England for freedom of religion. For it has always been about Christ, and it always will end with Christ, even if I have to do it myself with my right hand. For the kingdom of heaven is at hand, like I showed you on that paper with the picture of the Holy Spirit. I am a faithful witness, and I will take a stand on this. And I'm asking the public, these men are human trafficking children. And are you going to let these men do this? This is your country.
Yeah,
we the people.
Mr. Ramsey, you're out of line. So thank you very much.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item?
Hello. I do have a question. I was just curious about what the actual differences were between this that you've written or newly written proposed and the old proposal. What's the actual difference? I didn't understand it. I've read it like 20 million times and once.
Yeah, so the changes that were in the ordinance and in the packet are identified by a different font. So you can see the changes that were identified through that item. So there were several changes that from the code, the cabaret code is getting repealed and its completion, and it will be replaced with this. So there's similarities, but there is not, you can't draw parallels to them if that makes sense.
So there's not, yeah, see, I just did not understand that whole thing. You're
repealing one section of the code and replacing it with a different section.
And that's where I didn't see where it was on the thing, on the agenda, when I looked at it online. Normally, you guys have a red strike, like we're taking this wording out and we're putting this wording in. For this item, this time, that was not the case. There were no red strikes. There were no, this is what we're changing and this is what we're replacing it with. And when I read it, again, 20 million in one times, I just did not understand what was actually being replaced and changed.
Yeah, so the previous code section, imagine a red line through every single word on that page. And then the replacement is what you saw in the council packet today. If we repealed that section, if that's the action of the council tonight, and replacing it with what you saw on the council communication.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item? Yeah, please, just make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
David Leslie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, all council members. We're not voting on this tonight. We're just proposing it.
Tonight would be an introduction, so there would be a vote of the council if a motion is made when we conclude the public hearing. We would then vote as an introduction, and then it would come back for a subsequent public hearing for final adoption.
From what I heard, you can attend 18 or above, and if you want to drink, you got to be 21. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's the proposed language based on the discussion we've had so far is that if a motion is made that any guest attending any of these sexually oriented businesses, that they would have to be 18 years or older or 21 if alcohol is served. That's just the discussion so far. That has not been a motion on the floor.
And there was some changing in the dress, I believe. Certain parts have to be covered.
In the current code section as it's proposed this evening, yes, there's minimum requirements for clothing.
Very good. When this does eventually come to be voted on, I would hope that somebody or anybody on this council would be recusing themselves if they have an interest in this. Is that taken into consideration when you do vote?
On any vote, any member of the council that has any conflict, they would make that conflict known.
I bring that up because I think you're the manager of the hotel down there. That's really what I'm talking about.
This code section is not about one business.
Right, not now, but later on, when it does come to vote.
Yeah, no, this is not about one business. This is about an entire community. So I appreciate your opinion and thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to address the council on this item?
Cindy Johnston. From what we've seen tonight, I know this has been an issue for our city for several months. I want to clarify something. Like I said, it has been an issue for such a long time, and we deeply care about this and what's going on in Havasu. So your definition of sexually orientated businesses, that includes drag queen shows, correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
It would not be specific. It meets these types of codes. Generally, drag shows have people that are entertaining that are clothed. So this deals with nudity and people that are unclothed.
So this ordinance that we're changing, or chapter that we're changing, does not pertain anything to drag queen shows.
It potentially could if the definitions are met of those shows.
Well, we know drag queen shows. We know the show that was here in February. What the show was, we saw it. Would that be included?
Yeah, I don't know what you saw, but if it's a business that meets these definitions, so if it's an activity that meets these definitions.
So what exactly are your definitions? And I know I heard Kelly read it off, but that's what I'm asking, because it's an interpretation of this, and that's what we need to know exactly. Are you going to make it age restricted for drag queen shows?
This code section does not specifically do that, no.
It does not.
No. Yeah. This is not a drag queen show ordinance.
There's
this is
a
sexually orientated business.
I understand there's a lot
section.
of different things that it touches, but my concern is that drag queen shows are also considered in this.
If the activities that occur at those shows meet these definitions, then yes.
Well, some of it does. We know that there was hand touching between the entertainer and a little girl. We have that picture. We know that that happened. We also know that there were not nipples shown, but breast area was shown in front of little girls. And so that's why I just want to be totally clarified on this. Like I said, we had worked too hard to change this and not let it continue. So you're saying that we could still bring in another drag queen show and this would not apply?
It potentially could apply. So when it comes to, touching is not against the law. So reaching out and touching someone's hand, as you just described, that's not against the law. This code section wouldn't do that.
Okay.
However, if there is somebody that's performing any dance where the performance involves a person who's unclothed or in such a costume or attire or clothing to expose specific parts of the body.
Which we understand was pretty much being nude.
This is mirroring what is allowed within state law to bring this code section.
Okay, well, state law, okay, but sometimes, you have to be better than state law.
Except it's against the law to be better than state law. So state law gives you what you can put into place. So we're taking the tools that are available based on state law and presenting that in a way that we can still keep the integrity of the original cabaret ordinance intact with meeting the language of state law. So if you ever got the perception that this item here tonight was about drag shows, I'm sorry you were misinformed. That's not what this is about.
Not about that, but to include it. So for future events, and we have always said it's adult entertainment. Adults, if that's their entertainment, that's fine. There's no problem there. But it's the including minors to view. And there were minors there. There were two beautiful, sweet little girls there. And from what I saw, they were catering to them, purposely catering to them. It was heartbreaking, is what it was. So that's why everything sounded wonderful tonight. I just want to make sure that event doesn't happen again in front of minors. That's my concern.
Sure, no, and I can appreciate that. This is taking an overarching approach to sexually oriented business. That's what this is doing. Maybe as a side note, that performer is coming back with the drag show, and they will be required to have all guests that are 21 years or older, not by this ordinance, but by requirement of the establishment. So hopefully that gives you some peace of mind on the particular item. So
it really doesn't. I don't know. If Karen has maybe some suggestions of a couple word differences, and I know my time is up, and I apologize. I'm sorry, but this is a serious subject.
Yeah, and we're taking it very seriously. We've
I understand
put a lot of work into this matter.
And when everybody had said, yes, we agree there should be an age restriction, that was like awesome. That was an answer to a prayer.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's going to say, okay, well, this is all right, that we bring Arizona Christopher Hall back in, and there's, and I know on his schedule for 24, it says 21 plus. Not sure how that all came about, but that also concerned that could be changed. Maybe the month before the event, he could change that to all ages welcome again. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that, anyway,
yeah.
I am.
Well, thank you, Ms. Johnson. We appreciate it.
That's my
I think
concern and my heartbreak.
Yes, thank you.
because we should be protecting the children.
Yeah, thank you.
Karen Murphy-Linden. I attended the drag show last February. I would say, based on your definitions in the new ordinance, the show that was performed would definitely be prohibitive for under 18 and probably under 21. Efforts to keep alcohol away from the children were totally useless, absolutely useless. The dancers were in and out of the area cordoned off for children, collecting money from them and dancing for them. They were provocative in the manner described. I mean, unless you think a grown man in fishnet stockings and high heels, flat on his back with his legs up in the air, is child friendly, that program did not qualify. So I understand that there are drag shows that really are family friendly, where there's not the nudity and not the sexual in whatever performance going on, and that would be allowed. But I think what you're hearing here is, we know that what came here the last 2 years was not family friendly. It was sexually oriented. It was inappropriate for small children. And there were probably close to 24 children at this year's performance. Many of them very small. And actually, as an adult, the program was very benign. I'm 68 years old. I don't get confused. But for a 6-year-old, a man dressed up in woman's clothes and acting provocatively, that's confusing. That's abusive. So I think you're clear that it could pertain. I'm just saying, if that program comes back and they have not changed it, it would fall afoul of your new ordinance. And I consider that a good thing. And I actually want to commend you for taking this on and writing this new ordinance and working on it. And you're right, it should apply more broadly than just to drag shows. So I just want to say thank you for taking it on, but also to make you aware that the concern is real and appropriate.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address us on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for any discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Lane.
I move to introduce ordinance number 23-1312, repealing and replacing City Code Chapter 9.26 cabarets with Chapter 9.26 sexually oriented businesses, and under Section 9.26.030, subsection C, change the wording to read, a person below the age of 18 years may not provide or attend adult live entertainment or entertainment and adult cabaret.
Vice Mayor Lane, would you, do we need a second before we can talk at all? Yeah.
Second.
Okay, we do have a second we have a motion from Vice Mayor Lane, a second from Councilmember Dolan. Vice Mayor Lane, would you consider amending your motion to include 21 years of age as well if it's in a licensed liquor establishment? So it'd be 18 years of age or 21 if it's in a liquor establishment?
Absolutely. Okay. So we'll make it under that section, 18 years of age if there's no alcohol, 21 years of age if there is alcohol. Will that work?
And if I can get Councilmember Dolan, would you agree with that still in a second?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then Ms. Gary, did we do what we wanted to do?
Just as long as you are okay with both the performer and the patrons in both of those situations about 18 and 21. So currently, as it's written, no one below the age of 18 may provide that type of activity. But now you're saying they have to be at least 21 if alcohol. And so I think that makes sense, but I just want to make sure.
So if there's a performer that's 19, they won't be able to perform? Is that what you're saying?
They have to be 21.
If there's alcohol served, then the performer would have to be 21 years of age as well.
Okay, just making sure that.
Yes. Yeah, and
That
you're
is-
comfortable with that, with your second, Councilmember Dolan?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion from Vice Mayor Lane, a second from Councilmember Dolan. And just to clarify, so what the motion is to introduce ordinance 23-1312, repealing and replacing the City Code Chapter 9.26 cabarets with Chapter 9.26 sexually oriented businesses with the addition under Chapter 9.26.030, Section C, adding that both performers and attendees would have to be 18 years of age or 21, both entertainers and participants watching would have to be 21. Licensed establishment. Okay. Sorry, I summarized that more for myself. Hopefully that was helpful for others, but we do have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, 7.3, adopt ordinance number 23-1314, approving a planned development rezone for 2070 Kiowa Boulevard North, tract 2307, block 4, lots 2 to 4, from general commercial C2 to general commercial planned development to allow storage units. Good evening, Mr. Kearns.
Thank you, Mayor. The subject property measures 1.83 acres and is currently vacant. It is located on Kiowa Boulevard between Runabout Drive and Amapola Drive. The subject property is zoned General Commercial District. The properties to the east and south are zoned Residential Multifamily District, or Residential Limited Multifamily District, and developed for multifamily housing and a church. The adjacent properties to the north and west are zoned General Commercial District and are vacant or developed for outdoor storage. The property to the west, across Kiowa Boulevard North, is zoned light industrial and is developed for multiple Lake Havasu City uses. The applicant's letter of intent asks to rezone the property to allow storage rental units for RVs, boats, and similar items. In November 2021, the City Council amended the permitted uses table to eliminate storage units as an allowed use in the C2 zoning district. The City Council expressed concerns regarding the prime commercial properties used for storage unit developments and stated that the north and south entrances of the city should be protected. However, it was also mentioned that an applicant could still request the storage unit use through the planned development rezone process. Therefore, the applicant makes this request. The development plan shows a storage facility with a total of 56 storage units and 2 man cave units. It shows 2 30-foot wide driveways accessing the property from Kiowa Avenue North, an ADA, and 1 standard parking space meeting the development standards. The proposed landscaping shows an adequate number of trees, shrubs, and decorative rock. Metal siding is an allowed building material in the C2 district. However, it is not allowed to create shine or glare. The colors must be predominantly natural colors of the area or used on the built environment adjacent to the proposed development. Building permits and design review for compliance with the development code will be required, and any necessary modifications to the plan will need to be made prior to development of the property. On March 16th, 2023, a citizens meeting was held to discuss this rezone. The neighbors in attendance did not have any concerns for the storage unit development. On June 21st, 2023, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend approval for this planned development rezone. This concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is also available.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council for Mr. Kearns?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Lynn?
I apologize. I did not view this meeting, but with the 5-2, can you give me any information what the two, what their concerns were?
So they didn't explain or express their concerns during the public hearing, but afterwards, I believe they were concerned about the C2 district going towards storage units.
But we didn't have anybody in that area, that there were no complaints from the other businesses or property owners, correct?
From the neighbors that were at the neighborhood meeting, they weren't concerned with the indoor storage use.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, question.
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell?
I was wondering if staff can tell me, when did this applicant purchase that property? Was it prior to our discussion about limiting storage units or after?
The applicant is here. If the applicant would they be able to answer that question of when the property was purchased? If you could just make your way to the microphone, please, Mr. Timothy.
Trent Timothy. I was the realtor. It was way before that. We've just had a lot of struggles with architects not getting stuff done in time. So this was planned way before that ever happened.
Okay.
And was purchased before then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Campbell?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any additional questions from members of the council or comments? Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Lane?
No questions, just comments so people can see where I'm coming from. We made this ordinance change because of our commercial properties being used up. There's not that many commercial properties left with the storage units. And we did leave a caveat in there that they could come before the council if they wanted to make a change so that we could approve that, depending on each piece of property that we could look at. And I will tell you, the vast majority of the people that I hear from in today society, from when we have meetings, we talk to people, is how adamant they are against storage units inside the city limits of Lake Havasu. Therefore, I don't like the idea of more storage units up there on our commercial property, and there was a reason that we did that. And we changed the zoning is because the people of Lake Havasu don't want storage units all over town this way. There's a place for storage units, and quite honestly, I don't think this is a proper location for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Lane. Any additional comments before we open the public hearing?
Mayor,
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell?
one more comment on that is, I know we hear from a lot of people that don't want storage units, but then again, every storage unit that is built in this community ends up filling up and sells out quite quickly. I don't know when we'll ever hit saturation, but I do know what sits inside most of these storage units are used by our local businesses in this community and or filled with recreational vehicles, boats, and other items that are stored here. And we get a lot of our revenues. I believe the last count was like around 30% from motor vehicles. We're talking about antique cars. We're outdoor enthusiasts. So I'm kind of torn on this discussion. But what's going to make me vote yes today is this gentleman bought this property a long time ago. Even though most of the people buying today should hear our ordinance in the direction that we wanted to go. But in this case, I believe in property rights. And if he had the right to go through this process and he purchased it, and he probably will sell it out because there is a huge demand for storage units. That's all my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, would anyone else like to address the council before we open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. So from my perspective on storage units, we did have the discussion. I really worked hard to protect Highway 95 and kind of that road frontage from storage units. My colleagues on council joined me in that area. But we did create this PD process for applicants that own property to be able to come forward and go through a public process through planning and zoning, and then to council for us to make an individual case-by-case basis when it comes to C2 items. So C2, basically what we did is you just don't have it by right. You have to go through this process. And I also believe in private property rights. And I think that I could support this activity, considering the other property owners near and adjacent were not opposed. Are there any additional comments or questions or thoughts from members of the council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Did it go to public hearing?
Yeah, we're ready for a motion, Councilmember Campbell, if you're prepared to make one.
Yes. I don't have exactly here in front of me. I motion to accept. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, this one I think might need.
Yeah, I need my glasses is what you're saying. Okay, here. Will you tell me that was item number? The
7 point.
joy of, I hate these
7-3.
What is it? 7. I hate these zooming. Okay. I moved 7-3. You got it.
I can make the motion if it's easier,
Thank you.
Nancy.
I appreciate
Councilmember
it.
Moses.
Yeah. I move to adopt ordinance number 23-1314, approving a planned development rezone for 2070 Kiowa Boulevard North, track 2307, block 4, lots 2 through 4, from general commercial to general commercial plan development to allow storage units with the following conditions. The property shall substantially match the conceptual development plan provided with the request and attached as Exhibit A to the ordinance, and building permits and design review for compliance with the development code will be required prior to development of the property.
I second. Thank you, Councilman.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses. We have a second from Councilmember Campbell. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried 5-2.
Thank you. All right, item 7.4, review, discussion, and possible direction to amend the parking standards for multifamily development. Good evening, Mr. Morris.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you very much. Just a little bit of background. We're going to talk about multiple family parking. With the increase in the number of multiple family developments within the city council recently requested that the Planning Commission discuss parking standards for multiple family development. The commission reviewed and discussed the standards at their April 19th and May 17th meetings and made no recommended changes. What they discussed among the topics were current multiple family parking issues or parking what appear to be parking issues, influence of parking on development costs, the impact on multiple family rental and purchase costs, the effect on transit, walking, and biking options, the review of covered parking requirements, and the rounding of fractions in determining the number of parking spaces, and then any other multiple family parking topics they would like to discuss. This is a timely manner, actually, a discussion item, because in December of 2022, Lake Havasu City had a housing needs assessment done and found that due to land ownership patterns in the area, the city is basically landlocked and it's got limited opportunities to expand its boundaries. And to address rental housing shortage, the city would be required to focus on development of vacant parcels within the city, including its downtown area, which we're calling RUMS and MUUMS. That's the downtown area. The assessment also noted that the city has already implemented several actions that will assist with development of more attainable housing, including reduced parking standards for multiple family development as part of our 2016 Development Code update. Other things they cited in the city's current development code were accessory dwelling units are allowed, as well as high-density residential multiple family districts are also allowed. So those two, along with this reduced requirement for parking, they felt was good for helping to achieve more affordable housing. So let's look at the parking, the current parking standards versus the previous parking standards. The development code was updated in 2016, and so since that time we're calling that the current standards. The pre-2016 we're going to call the previous standards. So the previous standard, or the current standards require in the downtown area 1 parking space per unit, and all required spaces must be covered. And then all other zoning districts, they require 1 parking space for 1 or fewer bedrooms, 1.5 parking spaces for every dwelling with more than 1 bedroom. And then guest parking, 1 space for every 5 dwelling units. And then at least 1 space per unit must be covered. The previous standards required more parking. Efficiency units or studio, we call it studio apartments, 1 parking space per unit. The 1 bedroom, 1.5 parking spaces. The 2 or more bedrooms were 2 spaces per unit. And then they needed at least 1 space in each garage or carport for a garage or carport, except condominium developments, which required all parking to be covered. And then they had the same one guest parking space for every 5 units. So those are the differences. Now let's look, oops, sorry, I went to the wrong page here. Forgive my fumbling fingers today. Let's look at the parking standards for different jurisdictions in Arizona. We looked at a number of different jurisdictions, and we determined how many parking spaces they require for 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And the average of those that we found was about 1.4 for 1 bedroom, 1.9 for 2 bedrooms, and 2 parking spaces per unit for 3 bedrooms. So how does that compare to our current Lake Havasu standards? For multiple family, 1 bedroom requires 1, 2 bedrooms 1.5, and 3 bedrooms 1.5. So it's about half a parking space lower than the average in the state. Now for the downtown area, it's just 1 parking space per unit. So it's between half and 1 parking space per unit fewer required. And those two compared to the previous standards, 1.5 and 2 and 2, which were pretty much what the average for the state was. So our previous development code was about the average of the current for the rest of the state, the jurisdictions we polled. Now let's look at how this translates to a real project, if you will. So if you had a 5-unit development, how many parking spaces would you need? Because this also includes the guest parking. So the average in the cities we polled was for a 1 bedroom, 5 units was about 7.5 parking spaces. 2 bedrooms, about 10, and 3 bedrooms, about 11. And again, we compared that to Lake Havasu. We're a little lower than that under the current multiple family, about a space and a half, and about 2.5 spaces. And then for the downtown area, we're lower because of it's just 1 parking space required. So 2.5, about half, 5 parking spaces fewer, and about 6 parking spaces fewer. And again, how is that compared to the previous parking code? It's about, the cities is about average, about in line with the average for the rest of the state of the jurisdictions we polled. Now, looking at the 5-unit, we look at 10-unit, that's double the number of units, and the numbers are double. So it's the same really for 5 bedrooms or 5 units or 10 units. Now, let's look at some real-life examples in Lake Havasu City, and we'll compare our current parking standard requirements to the old parking standards. So we're going to look at the downtown area, and that requires 1 parking space per unit with all of them to be covered. And then the previous standards, again, were based on the number of bedrooms. We'll go into now the example here. So this downtown area, this RUMS, MUUMS, is the area of downtown between Smoke Tree Avenue and Acoma Boulevard, and then between Moyo and Magnolia in that area. So in this area, what requires 1 parking space per unit. Here's a 47 unit complex, 37 1-bedroom units, and 10 2-bedroom units. And then it requires 47 parking spaces. The plan shows 64 parking spaces provided. So they provided well above what the minimum was by 17 units. So if we were to compare this to those same 64 parking spaces for the previous development code, and this is not exactly an apples to apples comparison, but and if we had 64 spaces under the previous development code, that would support 37 1-bedroom units and 1 2-bedroom unit. That would require, plus the guest parking, would require 64 parking spaces. So one way to look at that, we're going from our current, what's allowed under our current code of 47 units, that would reduce it down to 38 units, a loss of 9 units of residential units. So another way to look at that is under the old code, it would have been 38 units. It's increased now to 47 units, which is 24 more units with our current code on the same piece of property. So that's an example of the downtown area. Now let's look at an area that's multiple family, like an R3 zoning, like the rest of a lot of the area outside downtown. It requires 1 space for 1 bedroom and 1.5 spaces for more than 1 bedroom, plus the guest parking. So here's a 24-unit 2-bedroom complex, requires 5 guest parking spaces, plus 1.5 spaces per unit, which is 41 units required, or spaces required for this one. So let's look at that same 41 spaces, and under the previous code, you could get 18 two-bedroom units, plus the guest parking would require 40 parking spaces, which is really close to the 41 in this case. So again, that's going from 24 spaces under the current code, units under the current code to 18 under the previous code, which is a loss of 6 units, or we look at it another way, from 18 under the old code to 24 now, a gain of 33% more units with the current code. We did this for 6 projects, each 3 in the downtown area and then 3 outside the downtown area. And we see that the total number of units that could be allowed under the previous code based on the number of parking spaces required was 94. Under the current code was 120, which is 26 more units, and then 28% more units, with a reduction of 12% fewer parking spaces. So this is what was part of what was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So they looked at that, and then we also touched on the current multiple family parking issues or any perceptions of parking issues. And then the influence, again, of the parking on development costs, the impact of multiple family housing rent and purchase prices, and the effect it would have on transit, walking, and biking. Will the reduced parking encourage other forms of transportation? Again, after the discussion, the commission proposed no changes at that first meeting. However, they asked for more information for an upcoming meeting, a subsequent meeting on May 17th. So they asked for more information on traffic safety issues with respect to on-street parking in multiple family zoned areas. They were concerned that they felt maybe an inadequate number of parking spaces was causing maybe people to park on the street, and was that causing a traffic issue? The planning department staff met with the police department, get their input as to if there are multiple family parking problems in the areas of the city. No specific problem areas were identified. However, if there were some areas that were identified, that were to be identified, there are mechanisms in place. We would work with the police department and work with the public works department to put up maybe no parking signs, paint curbs to ensure there's safe flow of traffic in certain areas. Again, the police department felt there were no enforcement issues with parking in the city. The commission also asked information regarding the number of working households that have one or fewer vehicle. Because of one parking space, they thought maybe that is not enough parking for a lot of the workers. So we went to the census, U.S. Census, the 2021 American Community Survey. It showed that workers 16 years and older in the household, 3% had no vehicle available, and almost 20% had one vehicle available. So that means about 23% of the working households in Lake Havasu City only have one car or no car. So that helps explain or deal with how many cars people have and whether one parking space may be enough for a number of people or a number of households. And then also there were the maps that went along with that. This is showing the the percentage of areas that have one vehicle available. Basically, the darker the color, the more likely someone will have only one vehicle available. So the light area here, they'll be less likely to have one vehicle. They're more likely to have more than one vehicle. And you'll see this is more like where the single-family residential areas are, where you would expect a 2-car garage, RV garage, many more vehicles. The darker areas are more in the downtown areas or the multiple family areas, where you might expect it to be easier to get to work or services. So it would seem likely that there would be less need for more vehicles in those areas. So this is for the map for one vehicle. And here's the map for no vehicles. And it's similar. The single-family residential much more likely to have access to vehicles, whereas in the downtown multiple family areas, it's more likely. It's not, a lot of people don't have a vehicle. It's not that there's a lot of people that don't have a vehicle, it's just that they're more likely not to have one in that area. Hopefully I'm explaining that all right. The commission also suggested, or the staff suggested, the commission also review the requirements for covered parking and rounding fractions of parking spaces. And the requirement for covered parking depends upon the zoning district. Again, in the downtown area, all the parking spaces, all the required parking spaces are supposed to be covered. In all the other multiple family zoning districts, at least one space per unit must be covered. So they talked about what are the drawbacks or the pros and cons about requiring covered parking. And then finally, rounding of spaces. Rather than rounding up or down, the current parking code ignores any fractions of spaces. So if the total number of parking spaces calculates out at, let's say, 12.9, then the number is truncated down to 12 rather than rounded up to 13. Most of the other development code sections deal with rounding up or down. 5 or more, you round up. Less than 5, you would round down. There's not very many instances where this makes a difference. The only one that really comes to mind would, let's say you have a 3 or 4 unit multiple family project, and you're looking for guest parking. Guest parking is 1 space for every 5 units. So if you had fewer than 5 units on there, if you truncate that 4/5, that truncates to none. So you would have no guest parking required. And that's the majority of where we'd see that come into play. So again, the Planning Commission reviewed the standards at the April 19th and the May 17th meeting, and no changes were recommended. So where do we go from here? The City Council can provide direction to staff to prepare development code amendments. We could look at that, and then we could bring those proposed changes back to the Planning Commission for a future meeting as development code amendment. Because this is part of the development code, it does require the Planning and Zoning Commission to review any proposed changes to the development, or we call it the zoning code or development code. And then once they review that, they make a recommendation that would come back to the City Council for City Council's action. So that's the process we would go through to make any amendments. So I guess the question is, how do we strike a balance between number of dwelling units and number of parking spaces? Just some proposed options staff has. One option, of course, is leave things the way they are, no changes. Another option could be revert to the previous parking standards, the 1 space for studios and 1.5 spaces for a 1-bedroom, 2 spaces for 2 or more bedrooms. Have that be the norm for everywhere except the downtown area, or have the same thing, as in option 3, the same thing, but including the downtown area. So include it for all multiple family, not just outside the downtown, but also the downtown. And then maybe we'll look at option number 4, where we're saying, okay, if we have more than 2 or more bedroom units, we're going to increase it from 1.5 parking spaces to 2 parking spaces. And again, would we do that only for the areas outside of downtown, or do downtown and the rest of the city? And that would be option number 5. And then, of course, there's the rounding of fractions to the nearest whole number, or also eliminate or look at eliminating covered parking. And of course, any other options or combinations that the City Council would like to explore. So with that, I know there's a lot of information, but I hope it's presented in a manner that makes sense. And of course, we're here for guidance and direction from the council on what you'd like to do with this. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Morris. Yeah, there is a lot here, and we talk about it at all times when we're going through different rezone cases where applicants are meeting their required parking as our code states, but we're not happy with the outcome. So we have to get to this somewhere, and I do appreciate the work that the Planning and Zoning Commission has done. I've watched all of the hearings, and it's been robust and complicated in the conversations, just nothing has gone forward on this front. So there's a few different things that are here. The first question I have is, what is the process for an applicant to ask for a variance? So if we were to make parking lot changes, really where my mind is going is that we made these changes in 2016 for like the downtown area that you focus on, with the hope and the thought that we would get development. And it's now been 7 years and there's been no development. So I don't think parking is the reason why development's not happening. But if for some reason an applicant comes forward, they can't meet any changes to the code that we might suggest and eventually adopt, is there a process for them to ask for a variance, and what does that look like?
Well, a variance, there's a specific part of the code called variances, and it deals with, For this case, parking generally deals with the size of the parking spaces, not necessarily the number of parking spaces. So it's possible to have a 10% reduction in the size of a parking space or a travel aisle as it relates to parking. So a variance in that case could be something that could be asked for. It doesn't really affect the number of parking spaces. Typically, the number of parking spaces, since it's part of the development code, if they wanted to have a reduction in the number of parking spaces, a possible mechanism would be the planned development rezone. So they could ask for an exception for some of the underlying zoning district standards. And so they would have to come before, like any other rezone, before the Planning and Zoning Commission for a recommendation, and then on to the City Council for an action. That's the closest thing I could relate a variance to for parking.
Okay. All right, so I think there's a few things we need to discuss. One, do we want parking requirements to be the same for all properties, or do we want to have the downtown carved out like it currently is? So I think that's one point. One of the lowest hanging fruit that we have in front of us is the rounding issue. I say if there's any decimal, it rounds up. So if it's 13.1, it'd be 14 spots. If it's 13.9, it'd be 14 spots. I think that's a real easy thing to do versus going down, but open to discussion from my colleagues on the council. On that and any other part of parking. So Councilmember Koch?
I can support that. And I know a lot of our projects that we've seen recently, the biggest concern at the P&Z meetings, and I did watch the meeting, and you guys did a very good job going through this whole process. And I can't say I have a dog in the fight one way or the other, but what I do have a problem with is if we have parking space requirements, and that's in our code, we then have to stand behind that code. We can't have a project go to the planning department and submit their plans and then deny their project because the parking we deem is an issue when it's meeting the parking requirements. So whatever we do here, completely support that. However, let's be clear that what we're doing is what we really want to do, because these people these developers spend a lot of time and effort putting these plans together, and then it goes through the city and it comes to us, and then we say no because of perceived parking issues. But that's not really fair to them putting that much work and requirement in. So I'm glad to see we're having this conversation. I appreciate the Planning and Zoning Committee for all their hard work on this. They've done a lot of work on it. They say no changes recommended to us. And again, I can have this conversation and be open with anything. But keep in mind, please, whatever we do, we really do need to stand behind that and not put roadblocks in the way when they're doing what we've asked them to do. And that's my biggest concern with this topic.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Koch. And that's actually why we're having this discussion, is because we get recommendations, don't make any changes, but yet we still don't think our code is appropriate based on what we're saying to applicants. So that's what we absolutely have. This is our opportunity to address it. If the will of the council is to have no changes, that would mirror the will of the Planning and Zoning Commission, then that's where we go forward. But then if an applicant comes forward meeting the parking requirements, then that's what it is. So thank you. Vice Mayor Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You guys kind of said what I wanted to say, but when we first changed these zone requirements for parking was back, as you said, Mr. Mayor, we wanted developers to come in and develop. And as you saw by Mr. Morris's presentation, by taking those parking spaces away, they were able to add more apartment units. And that's what we wanted. We need workforce housing. That was our goal, was to try to bring developers in to build these units. And we thought by lowering the parking standards, that would help. That never came to fruition. So then we get to the point where we do have people that are bringing some things to us, but then the pushback we're getting, and it's not just the council, we're getting it from members of the public too, saying that's not enough parking. That's not enough parking for that project. You need more parking. And as Councilmember Koch said, that's not fair to that developer who has followed all the rules and they've met the code. So we have to change the code just based on what has come to us from the public. I myself, reverting back to the parking standards, item number 2, I think is, out of all of the things, is the best way to go. That's just me. That takes care of putting those other parking spaces back into the other areas but not necessarily in the downtown district where we have so much density. So I think that's a good idea. Item number 6, the round the fractions of spaces to nearest whole number. I'd like to see that to the nearest higher number, not lower number. And I think that's what you were alluding to as well, Mr. Mayor. As far as eliminate required covered parking, if anybody's been outside in the last week, you can see why we require covered parking. So I think that needs to stay in there. So for me, I would go with option number 2. I would round that to the next highest number, and I would keep the covered parking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lane.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Moses?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to echo a lot of the sentiments that Jenny and David spoke to. I love that we're kind of getting a consensus now. That way we can send a clear message to developers moving forward. I'm okay with the rounding up like you had mentioned. But I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Whatever more restrictions we put on developers just ultimately ends up increasing the cost of the project and increasing rents and everything else. So I think an appropriate carrot or whatever you will to give developers would be to get rid of the covered parking. I'd advocate for that. I think that's more of a choice for a developer to make to market their project. If they want a high-end project where they can charge more money, then they're going to add that. If they're looking to do something a little more affordable, maybe that's one of the amenities that they take out. I think that's just something we can leave up to them. I don't see how it's a kind of a public need that the city needs to address or to mandate that all developers do this one way or the other. I will say that when I say that, I'm more speaking about apartment complexes. I still would like to see duplexes have some form of covered parking. I think they're the kind of buffer in between residential and multifamily. And so I'd like to have that kind of covered parking for them still remain intact if there's a way to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Moses. Mr. Morris, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the discussion here is for multiple families, so the council members' comments wouldn't really apply as far as the single family and two family. They do have covered parking requirements, and anything you're proposing here, we're suggesting this would only apply to multiple family, which would be above duplex and single family zoning. So we're suggesting these changes would only be for multiple family and not affect single and two family zoning.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you very much, Luke. I just wanted to make sure I was clear about that.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Campbell?
I would like to chime in. What I would like to see happen is leave the parking the same across the city, including the RUMs and MUs and UMSs, to be parallel with the other multifamily districts. I want it downtown district to have the one parking thing with the 3 bedrooms is not working out. There's a ton of complaints about that. I absolutely believe that we should have covered parking throughout the community, and to round up would be my direction.
Thank you. Councilmember Campbell, do you have any thoughts about the requirements of the number of spaces per unit size?
Well, based on what they currently do for the other community, the other part of the city, because it seems like those are working better than the downtown. The most complaints I get are within the downtown district. So I would like the downtown district to mirror what we're already doing in the other multifamily communities. But the other thing is to round up and absolutely have covered parking in one of the hottest cities in the country.
Okay. So thank you, Councilmember Campbell. Mr. Morris, I'm on a slide. I don't have a page number, but just so I understand, is the outside of the downtown area, the current requirement is 1 space per dwelling unit containing 1 or fewer bedrooms, and then 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit containing more than one bedroom?
That's correct. That's outside the downtown area.
Outside the downtown.
In the multiple family zone.
Okay. And then 1 space per 5 dwelling units for visitor parking. And then, of course, 1 space must be covered. That's what you're comfortable with, Councilmember Campbell, citywide?
Will you reference what you would be comfortable with at this time?
I'm getting consensus right now, so I don't know where I stand at. I'm open to all of the discussion. That is what the current standard is outside of the downtown, and as you indicated, that is, you're not hearing any comments or conflicts outside of the downtown area, so that would seem to work, but that is different than option 2 that Vice Mayor Lane had mentioned. So I just wanted to make sure, as we're building consensus, that I know where we're going. So
that is the only thing that I disagreed with Councilmember Lane. I would like it to be consistent. Again, I felt very comfortable with my statement, but when you were questioning it, I thought, did I miss something there? And I wanted your feedback. But I still feel very confident that what's happening on the outside of the city currently, if we revert back to what we did before, to me, that seems like might be a little bit complicated, and we have so many units and so many multifamily units that are already built under those codes already. It'll be incredible to see in the next couple of years when all these units are actually occupied where we are in the workforce housing situation at this point. Kind of like storage units, we have been getting a lot of them. So that's optimistic and that's wonderful. But again, if it's consistent across the board, the only complaint is in downtown district with my daughter has one. She's got a 3-bedroom house with 1 garage parking lot. That's it. That's not enough.
yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Lane?
I'd have to agree with Councilmember Campbell. I'd like to see it the same on all of the districts. I honestly like to see number 5. I don't think we have enough. I don't think 1.5 space is enough. I can drive down Swanson Avenue. I can see all the building there, and I actually have a condo in that area. And people now are parking because there's only 1 space, and then there's the 5 visitor parking, and people are parking on the side of the building that's on property that's not even that complex's property. I'd like to see it increased. I don't think we have enough parking, but I think we have to continue with the covered parking, round it up to the higher whole number, have it the same on all the districts, and I'd like to see it increase to the 2 spaces, number 5.
Okay. Other comments from members of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Dolan?
Yeah, I think I do have a concern with that downtown district where we're, literally 1 parking space per unit. I think it would make a little more sense to bring it in line with some of the other ones, at least giving 1.5 space for anything bigger than the 1 bedroom. I do, as far as the rounding up, I definitely think we should be rounding up to the nearest whole number. A little concerning if, like we had said earlier, if there was something about 5 parking spots, but it came in at 4.5, they wouldn't need anything. So I would think, in a case like that, there should definitely be a minimum that it wouldn't round down to 0. And then the other issue, I don't know what as far as the covered parking, I kind of agree with a little bit of everybody on that one. Councilmember Moses, it's if they want to put it in as part of one of their amenities, whether we need to I don't know how I feel about the mandating of the covered parking. So if that gives you a little consensus from my side.
Yeah, thank you. So we have 7 different comments. There's some similarities, so I'll offer maybe an option that might bring balance to this conversation. Hopefully the balance that I offer is based on all of the feedback that I've heard from my colleagues on the council, and then of course watching the discussion that our Planning and Zoning Commission had. So we have what we're referring to, and what we saw in tonight's presentation was our current code, which is 2016 and forward, and then our previous code, and then there's places in between on where we can go. So it seems like we have kind of a general consensus that we have just 1 parking area, so we don't separate out the downtown versus the other areas of the community when it comes to multifamily. It seems that we have consensus on rounding up to the nearest whole number when it comes to parking areas. And then the third area is just the number of spaces. So I would versus going from where we're at today to make a radical change to requiring 2 spaces per dwelling unit, which is one of the options that we have in front of us. Maybe we do go to the 1.5 spaces per 1-bedroom unit, and then the 2 spaces per 2-bedroom or more in those districts. And so that would kind of be a compromise between all of the options that were presented to us. I then would offer a suggestion for the covered parking is that we do require at least 1 space to be covered, and then any of the additional spaces that are outside of the 1 required do not have to be required. So that would be maybe a compromise that gains support from my colleagues on council, because it incorporates every single thing that you all said into 1, not giving you everything. So that would be my proposal. And again, as Mr. Morris had mentioned, we would have to send this back down to our Planning and Zoning Commission to review our conversation. And I just want to, again, echo Councilmember Koch's point, because it's so important that whatever we do, we need to ensure that these go forward. So no changes that, as I just proposed, kind of summarizing all of our comments, or even further changes that if an applicant comes in and meets the code, they meet the code. And so there might be other reasons that we're not supportive of the rezone or the item, but it can't be parking related going forward, because this is our opportunity to address that. So I'll now open it up to feedback based on kind of that compromised approach. Vice Mayor.
Mayor.
We'll start with Vice Mayor Lane, and then we'll go to you, Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. I'm willing to compromise with that. It's basically what I said. The only difference is it makes everything the same up and down the city, not just separate for downtown. I think we have a lot of high density there, and that's why I wanted to restrict that, but I am willing to compromise. So I'm good with what you had to say.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Lane. Councilmember Campbell?
I absolutely agree with what you said. I think you did a great job compromising with all of us, and maybe then we can be lockstep with parking as long as the planning and zoning agrees with us.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Koch?
Mayor, and I can support that decision. Again, like I said, I came here with an open mind. We can look at this however we feel best. I just want to come out with a consensus that we can all stand behind when we get projects in front of us.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Lynn?
Yes, I support your suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. Any additional feedback from members attending virtually? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open. This is a public hearing. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this item?
Hi, Dinah Lutz. Just a couple quick questions. We've been talking about affordable housing for a long time. What is the definition of affordable housing? And if we've made this change 7 years ago, how has it benefited the city? Because you guys are hearing all this negative feedback and keep taking it. And if it's not benefiting anything, maybe you just need to walk away from it. That's it.
Yeah,
but I would like to know what your definition of affordable housing is.
Yeah, so that's a really great question. So it means different things to different folks that based on their income level. But there's lots of words for it. I have been on the record of I support housing. And the more housing opportunities that are available across all sectors, single family, multifamily, apartment homes, all of the things are going to increase supply, which will hopefully be able to level out where the demand is. But that's a great question when it comes to that. There's just not one single definition for it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joan DeZero. I'm on the Planning Commission, and when we talked about this, we struggled with it a lot. One of them was the covered parking. And one of the things that came up was that every time you do a covered parking, you lose about 200 square feet of building. And so trying to keep in mind what we were talking about, affordable housing, getting more housing, I was weighing that against covered parking and losing some housing. So it's just something to keep in mind when you're talking about the covered parking. That does mean you lose some of the building that you're going to be doing at the same time with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item?
Hello, Bonnie Toy. First, I had an odd question when it comes to you changing rules on this parking issue, will this then apply to the new dwelling that's being proposed to or had to be changed over there on Park Avenue? Will they have to redo what they just approved at this Planning and Zoning Commission last week? And then you're addressing the multi-family parking issues, but our city has increased its business quite a bit, and it includes the parking lots of businesses that are very unsafe in multiple areas, especially in the downtown area. That Starbucks parking lot is not fun to deal with. And then the whole alleyway is not fun at that Starbucks parking lot on Swanson. And different parking lots all over town have outgrown, especially Dr. Whelan's office area. Oh my gosh, where LabCorp is, you can't even park in the parking lot there. You have to park on the street. Sometimes I've had to park across the street. Walking across the street in a walker is not fun on that busy Mesquite Avenue. Anyway, I understand that this is addressing multifamily parking. However, I was wondering when and if at any point in time are you going to address the future needs of businesses that are outgrown, and obviously the ones that are already outgrown, you can't change them because of that whole grandfathered in thing. But when you create new businesses, you can project way more for obviously potential growth because you intend for our city to be over 100,000 people, not including visitors. So I was just wondering those two things. If that change is going to apply to the new building that hasn't been approved yet, and then will you please address the issues of business parking lots?
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. I will address those after I close the public hearing.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Reagan Ross, and I'm here representing on this topic the Downtown Association. And speaking on parking for downtown, I would just encourage council and the Planning Commission to get that data on if parking is a problem. It literally changes based on who you speak to as to if parking is a problem downtown. So before you change any of the current codes, I would just ask that a survey, some type of research is done to verify based on if it is a problem. And it is something when you decide to move into a downtown as your residents, you do take into consideration you're moving into a downtown, parking is limited, and those are kind of the give and take of moving into a downtown versus a different residential property with an RV garage. And to offer, as you guys are aware, some are aware that we do have an AmeriCorps Vista working on downtown development. He started last week, so I would offer his assistance in helping get any of that data. He's here for a year to support if there is definitely a parking problem downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item? Yeah, please.
Tamara Talbot. I just want to say that covered parking for condos and multifamily is really important. Knowing that it does get up to 118, 120, and it's really hard when you go to work and you have to park under, out in the sun and get into your car. After work, it's boiling hot. And it would be even harder if the condo complex that I live in didn't have covered parking. We don't have garages. We just have covered parking. And if my car was out in the sun all the time, it would affect the finish of the car, the inside of the car, everything. And at least having covered parking at home is a benefit. So consider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And then to address Ms. Toy's comment, Mr. Morris, what is the effective date and how does this impact developments that are in the process of being approved or have been approved?
Thank you for the question. Based on the input, the direction from council, then this item will go to the Planning Commission. It'll be advertised as a code change. It'll go through the code change process. So the Planning Commission will hear it with your proposed language. So we'll propose code changes based on the input we get from you tonight. Take that to the Planning Commission. They'll hear that. They'll make a recommendation to the City Council. When it comes to the City Council, then you will look at it and make a final decision. And then the code goes into effect 30 days after your decision date. So anything that's in the pipeline that's in review and approved before the effective date of any changes would be grandfathered in, legal nonconforming. That means the rules changed from when they were approved to sometime in the future, the rules changed. So the effective date of anything you're proposing would come 30 days from after you approve any sort of final changes to the parking code.
Yeah, thank you. And then to address existing parking lots, so tonight's action, we're talking just about multifamily housing parking. So we talked a little bit about the downtown. This would be the residential parts of downtown in addition to multifamily throughout the rest of our community. But it's a really interesting conversation because there is not a day that goes by that I don't hear from a resident that we need this. And government does not create business. Businesses and entrepreneurs create businesses and they move into an area that's properly zoned for that area. So there's a few parking lots in this community that are difficult to maneuver around and get through, and that's acknowledged. But they are uses that are, as Mr. Morris said, they might be legal non-conforming if code changed since then. But these are businesses that people want, and so they go into commercial areas, and some are more popular than others. And there's multiple popular things in certain complexes, similar to the one that you mentioned at the doctor's office. But those are areas that we work with each individual business owner or entrepreneur to ensure they have the right things, but they do meet the current code. So the public hearing is now closed. We are here to give direction. So I'll just summarize what our compromise was, that we will be offering kind of a middle ground where it comes to the number of spaces, which would be 1.5 spaces for every one bedroom, efficiency in one bedroom unit, 2 for any units, 2 spaces for any 2 bedrooms or greater. When it comes to parking, we then would round up to the nearest whole number. When it comes to the math that's there, we would still require 1 covered parking spot for every unit. And then the additional parking that would be guest parking or otherwise does not have to be, is not required to be covered. Is that where?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Lane?
And that means all districts, right?
Yes, all districts.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and then with the AmeriCorps Vista, if there's some research that or collaboration that we can have, and after that work is done, that the AmeriCorps Vista does, and a change needs to occur downtown, we can have another public hearing and discuss that and make those changes if necessary. All right.
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell?
I agree. I'm looking forward to seeing what Ms. Regan Ross is bringing or proposing. I'm not so worried about the Swanson and Mesquite streets in that area, but right now they propose that you can go 4 stories up with retail, business, and then residential on top, which could get back to that confusing topic that Councilwoman Koch and Councilmember Lane had discussed before. And I think that's still a gray area and needs to be further reviewed. And I look forward to the data that she brings to the table for the, I guess I'm going to say, the McCulloch corridor, if that makes sense, or the place that we can go 4 stories up with that complete multi-zoning pretty much.
Yeah, thank you. So what we would do based on how I summarized it, we would then give, if there's a successful motion, we would then give this back to planning and zoning. They would then put their spin on it and bring it back to us for consideration and then a possible adoption. And then moving forward, that would be what it would be for all zones. And so we would have to have a different conversation for the downtown should that be something that is there. But
so I guess I'm just saying, let's give them direction to start studying that area too, because it's going to come back like how many shade structures because there's residential on top, and then we're a commercial, and then we're a retail. So it's going to be a problem in the future. And if we could just start giving them directions to give us direction on what might be good in that area. Because I clearly know as a business owner on McCulloch down there, they definitely have a humongous parking problem right now. And they are not even going 4 stories up and there's no residential, you know. So those are some really important topics that I look forward to challenge.
Yeah, thank you. Would any member of the council like to make a motion? We do need a motion, yes.
Mayor, I motion to give direction per your, because there's no, I look more like a discussion to me. I didn't know it was an action item. So
There's just a suggested motion that if anyone's comfortable with that, we'll just summarize what we just talked about for Mr. Morris to be able to get it back to planning and zoning.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay.
Yeah, the council will provide direction to staff for the specific changes to the multifamily parking standards of the development code. Do you have that? I mean, that's the suggested motion, but do you have a good understanding of what it is that we're looking for?
My understanding is basically going for option number 3, back to the previous parking standards for efficiency, 1 space for efficiency, 1.5 spaces for 1 bedroom, 2 spaces for 2 bedroom or more in all zoning districts. Round fractions of spaces to not the nearest whole number, but up. And then eliminate, so require 1 covered parking space per unit. Okay. That's my understanding. Is that?
Okay. Yes, that is. Is our motion good enough, Ms. Gary, or do you want more specifics? We're good. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Lane, a second from Councilmember Campbell. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mayor Sheehy, who was the seconder on that?
The motion was Vice Mayor Lane, and the seconder was Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have an aye from Councilmember Dolan. Thank you. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morris. But wait, there's more. All right, the next item is item 7.4. Oh, no, excuse me, 7.5 is adopt a notice of intention to increase water and wastewater rates and charges and establishes September 26, 2023 as the date for the public hearing regarding the proposed rate increases in conformity with state law. Mr. Kozlowski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is to set the 60-day notice of intent to set the public hearing for the proposed rate increase. I want to make a note that this is just to set the notice of intent. No rates are going to be adopted or put into effect at this meeting. It's simply a conversation about the options and to set that 60-day notice for that public hearing. The last time staff and our consultant met with you was to discuss the incorporation of big picture items into the rates, such as water conservation and revenue stability. Since then, staff has been working with our consultants to meet with the public and gather their feedback and provide them with information regarding the rate process, incorporate key objectives from council into the rates, finalize the data and financial information, and develop 3 rate options for water and sewer that minimize the impact and collect the necessary funds to maintain the system. Staff has also been working very diligently to compile sample billing, and we should be able to provide that to council here shortly. Kevin Burnett is here with us tonight, and Pat Walker is here via Zoom and from Wilden Financial Services, and will provide a very detailed presentation regarding the options here before you. Upon completion, staff is seeking feedback and direction from council regarding the rate options on both water and wastewater in an effort to prepare for the adoption hearing in September. And with that, I will turn it over to Kevin for his presentation.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. Here we go. So this is what the presentation contents are for tonight. It's going to look fairly similar to what we've seen before. The purpose of the rate study, just a refresher, the financial plans that we've developed, the different rate options as Anthony identified, and then we have some comparisons, but as Anthony said, staff has been pulling together some more detailed comparisons that they'll be able to share with you at a later date. So in looking at the rate study, we wanted to make sure that we're designing rates that generated enough revenue to cover your water and sewer expenses. So whether that be operating expenses, capital expenses, we have some minimum reserve level requirements on the cash side. So making sure that there's enough money in the bank to be able to pay all our bills. So that's currently set at 15% of a 5-year rolling average of our revenues. And then we've got the legal debt service coverage. So as a component of having issued debt in the past, taking out loans, there are some debt service coverage requirements associated with that. And then on top of that, based on direction from council earlier this year, revenue stability and conservation were two important things that we wanted to look at this time around, or focus more on this time around. In terms of the financial plans themselves, we look at a 10-year planning horizon. It's a very broad look. Once you get beyond 5 years, it's really hard to say what's going to happen in the future. But we wanted to go out 10 years to make sure that there weren't any surprises lingering out there in year 6, 7, 8, or 9 that would impact the first 5 years. As always, the plans are based on the best available data we have today. Again, things are going to change in year 6, 7, 8, 9. Things will change next year. We work with staff to get the best information we have today to put the plans together for you all. The plans are going to get updated by staff in the future, so they'll look at revenues, cost increases, system growth changes, customer usage pattern changes. All that will be incorporated into the model that will be delivered to the staff at the end of the study. For this first year, we're recommending rates to go into effect November 1 of this year, and then subsequent to that, they would go into effect September 1st of 24, 25, et cetera, so that we're just after the peak summer usage of June, July, August, and water usage is starting to tail down, so we're not hitting customers during that peak usage period. One of the other things that we looked at this time was exploring options to phase in rates for multifamily, HOA, RV parks. That was a concern that was raised during our discussions with stakeholders as well as with the council. So you've seen this slide before, but it's going to become important as we move through the financial plans and the rate design process. Revenue increases and rate increases are not necessarily the same thing. So the revenue increase tells us as we develop the financial plan, we need 10% more revenue or we need 5% more revenue. It's the total amount of additional revenue that we need to get. The rates is how we generate that revenue. So within the rates itself, you might see a single family customer go up by 12%. You might see a commercial go up by 4%. Within the single family class, you could have somebody going up 2%. You could see somebody seeing no change or somebody going up 8%. So how you use water and what class you're in is going to determine what your rate increase is versus the revenue increase, which is the macro level, how much more revenue do we need. So with that, we'll jump into water. So why do we need to increase water revenue? As we all know, the IDD property tax sunset a couple of years ago, so that was a revenue loss for us. Inflationary costs are driving up the cost of O&M. So just in the 2 years since we last did the studies, O&M costs have gone up by 17%. So that's, again, things changing over time. 17% is a bigger increase than we had projected based on the best available information when we last did this study. So with that, we need additional revenue to cover those operational costs, repair and maintain the system. There's that 15% cash reserve target that I mentioned, and then the debt service coverage. So you do have outstanding debt both on the water side and on the sewer side. The legal coverage is 1.2 times. So what that means is when you have your revenues coming in and then you subtract off your operating expenses, your net revenues, you have to have $1.20 of net revenue for every dollar of debt you have outstanding to be paid in that given year. The city targets 1.5 times as opposed to the 1.2. That's best financial practices. It means if you do go out and issue debt in the future, you can get a better interest rate because you've been above the legal requirement. So we're showing this to you early. It's not to say that there's bad news coming, but it's just a projection of where you are compared to your neighbors today. So Lake Havasu City current, the light blue bar at the very end, $15.98 for a single family customer with a 3/4 inch meter and 900 cubic feet. One of the questions we had last time was, where does EPCOR that serves Havasu fit in? So they're further off to the right there. And then we've got two options that we're presenting there that we'll get into in a little bit more detail shortly. So you're within the same range of where you're at today with the current bill. And Bullhead City, we've got an asterisk there. They're undergoing a rate study right now, both on the water and sewer side. They're too early to say what their rates are going to be. When I was with you before, I said Kingman was updating their rates. So this reflects the new Kingman rates as well. So this was the original first draft water financial plan that we put together. So it projected a 25% increase this year, followed by a 25% increase next year, followed by a 22% increase the year after that, and a 20 and a 20 and a 20 and a 20. And we all looked at that and said, this is not feasible. So you can see the debt service coverage there, that's that legal requirement of 1.20 times, a target of 1.5. So that 25% was necessary for us to hit that 1.2 times target. So it is above the 1.2, it's at 1.35, but that 25% was so sensitive that if we dropped it down to 24%, you drop below 1.2 times coverage.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Knudsen?
If I can jump in here, Kevin, can you explain what is 1.2 and why is that important?
Sure. So the debt service coverage, the 1.2, so again, so if you take your revenues that come in every year, you subtract off your operating expenses, so your salaries, your electricity costs, your chemical costs, that gets you what your net revenue is. As a pledge to our bondholders for taking out that debt, for issuing that debt, is we said that if we have to pay back $1 of debt service this year, we're going to guarantee that we will have $1.20 of net revenues available. We're only paying $1 in debt service, but that extra 20 cents provides assurance to our bondholders that we're generating the money that we need to take care of the debt. You've entrusted us with that money, and that's a way to show that we're going to pay you back. So the bottom half is looking at what our actual cash on hand is. So the green bars is our cash on hand, and then that purple bar is the target reserve, that 15%. So within this original fund plan, so you can see the fund balance was drawn down in the first few years, and then it spikes up, and then it goes down, and then it spikes up. And that was a reflection of the capital improvement program. So the years where we had a lot of capital being expended in one year, it drew down the fund balance. In the years where the capital program was lighter in those years, that's when we see that fund balance go back up. So, but again, we said this was not a feasible plan. So staff did some work on their end, Pat and I did some work on our end, and we came up with the recommended plan that we have in front of us here. So those 25s went away, so we're now at 15%, 12, 11, 11, 11 down the line. You can see the debt service coverage there. So we're well above the 1.2 now. We're well above the 1.5. So the part of the work that Pat and I did, mostly Pat, was she talked to WIFA. So WIFA is the one who issued the water debt for you. And we had a discussion with them. And through our discussions with them, they agreed to allow the city to use any fund balance you've accumulated in the past to be pledged towards your debt service coverage every year. So it's not just that net revenue, the revenues minus the O&M. It's also including any fund balance that you have accumulated over time. So that's why we're seeing that big spike up to the 4913 to 3384, et cetera. The other thing that we took into account, and this was on staff side, was they took a hard look at the CIP. They smoothed things out. They eliminated a lot of the CIP. They were less aggressive than what we were at originally. The first 5 years is the 5-year CIP that council had adopted earlier this year. So it matches that. And then we looked at the second 5-year increments and ratcheted those down to be a more palatable program, and that produced the financial plan that we're showing here on the water side. We will say that while this does smooth things out a lot better, and it does a better job of bringing down the rate increases, This is a cash-funded plan, both on the water and the sewer. We're not recommending any new additional debt. It is something that the city might want to consider in the future to smooth things out a little bit more, even bring down those rate increases. But at this point in time, this is a strictly cash-based financial plan.
Kevin, if I can add.
Please do.
Just for the council's information, you are going to be paying off your 2007 water debt in 2028, and you'll be paying off your 2011 in 2030. So that, again, leaves an opportunity if council were to consider it. And there's just, other reasons you might want to consider it besides smoothing is debt will charge the people that are coming in the city in the future that are going to enjoy all the improvements that you're going to be doing over the next 5-10 years. So again, it's just something that we wanted to bring to council's attention if they would choose to go further and want more information on that. Plus, WIFA has a lot of forgivable debt on a lot of the type of projects that would have to be looked at too. Thank you, Kevin.
Yep, thank you. So a reminder of where we were at before. So we asked council to do some homework for us. We asked what was important to you. What did you want to achieve through your rate structure? These were the top four items that you identified: revenue stability, water conservation, the impact to customers, and cost of service equity. So jumping into the rates themselves. So these are the proposed monthly fixed charges that we have. So you've got the current for a 3/4 inch meter at $9.02 in 2024. So this would be November 1st. We're recommending it stay at $9.02. So bear in mind, we're saying we need to generate 15% more revenue, but we're holding steady, holding the line, if you will, on the base charge. And we had two reasons behind this. The first was we wanted to minimize the burden as much as we could to the lower volume users. So the higher you make the base charge, the more impact it tends to have on a lower volume user because the base charge makes up a larger proportion of their bill. The second thing in doing this is keeping the base charge the way it is. That forces more of our revenue requirement to come from the volume rate, which encourages conservation. We're able to send a stronger conservation signal by recovering more of the revenue through the rates. So that's what we're looking at to do there. 25 and on, those rate increases are based on what was identified in the financial plan in terms of the additional revenue that we need. So the first of the three rate structures that we have developed, so this is option A. So it was basically keeping the same rate structure that you have now, but tweaking it a little bit. Some of the feedback that we got from both the council and from the stakeholders was that single families, multifamilies should be treated more equally than they are now. So that was one of the things that we looked at. The commercial, we wanted to encourage conservation. We're encouraging conservation in all of these scenarios. And so that's kind of the thought process behind option A here. So this is looking at the single family volume rates. So what we've got on the left-hand side is your current rate structure. So the current first tier is 0 to 500, 500 to 4,000, et cetera. So you can see right now today, 35% water use for the single family class falls in tier 1, 57% falls in tier 2. So between the first two tiers right now, you're getting 92% of your water use is falling in those first two tiers. So then on our proposed, we tightened up those tiers. So the first tier, instead of being 0 to 500, we brought it down a little bit to 0 to 300. So again, bearing in mind, the base charge hasn't changed, but now single family is going to be getting a little bit less water with that base charge too. They're getting 200 cubic feet, 100 cubic feet less. So now we're at 26% water use in tier 1, 49% in tier 2, 20% in tier 3, and 5% in tier 4. So the process of tightening up those tiers a little bit was, again, that conservation message to try and force people down into the lower tiers so that they can save on their bill in doing so. And then we also increased what the price differential was for the top two tiers, for tier 3 and tier 4. So you pay incrementally more for the water use in those tiers than you do currently. So again, looking at this, we've got the proposed 26% in tier 1, 49% in tier 2, 20% in tier 5. So as we go to the multifamily class, we're trying to, this is part of the equity we were trying to develop. So we looked at what do we need to set the first tier for multifamily to be in order to achieve 26% water use in that tier? What does tier 2 need to be in order to replicate the amount of water use that single family is getting in their tier? So we had some tightening of the tiers on the multifamily side as well. We kept their rates the same for the first year. So we tightened up their tiers, but the rates themselves wouldn't change for that first year, and then they would increase in future years. Looking at commercial, again, that was the conservation signal that we were trying to send. So tightening up tier 1 a little bit from 15,000 to 12,000. Tier 2 tightens up a lot from 15,000 to 340,000. We're bringing that down to 120,000. And then over 20,000, again, trying to send that conservation-oriented signal for commercial. As we looked at the irrigation customers, single family and other irrigation, as we looked at the current water use, all the water use was happening in tier 1. So based on the fact that 100% of irrigation water use was coming into tier 1, we said this is not sending a conservation signal. We're offering way too much water in these tiers. So the recommended there, so we tightened up everything on both sides there too. So on the single family side, we've got 55, 31, 15. And then on the non-single family irrigation, we're at 65% in tier 1, 26 and 9%. Again, trying to send that conservation signal by tightening up the tiers as well as increasing the rates themselves. Looking at the RV parks, so again, we wanted to try and replicate what we were doing on the single family and multifamily side. So we were at 26%, 49% for the residential customers there. The current RVs were at 7% in tier 1. So we actually increased their tiers so that they had 24% in tier 1, 48% in tier 2. Again, more similar to what single family and multifamily is seeing. And we kept the rates the same for 2024, and then they would increase in 2025 and beyond. And then the hydrants, we kept the same uniform rate that it is today, but we just increased it based on the additional revenue need. So with that, so this is a very macro level chart of what we would expect based on these rates. So in looking at this chart, so the 0% right in the middle. So what this tells us is in looking at every single family bill on the system, if every single family customer used water exactly the same next year as they did this past year, 22% of customers would see no change in their bill. 36% of multifamily would see no change in their bill. 7% of commercial would see no change in their bill, et cetera. If we move up, so single family, 2% of customers would see a change of 0 to 5% increase in their bill. 21% of multifamily would see an increase in their bill of 0 to 5%. So that's what we have going up. And then on the RV park side, because we increased what the tier thresholds were for RV parks, but kept the rates the same, we've got most of them would see a decrease in their bill in the first year, and then they would go up thereafter.
Mr. Burnett, I'm going to just pause you there for just a quick second.
Yes.
Lots of information is coming our way. So before we go to option B,
yes.
Do members of the council have any questions on the way the charts are laid out, the numbers, any of those types of things? Or do we want to go all the way through the presentation and then circle back with questions? Maybe go through all of water and then to have a conversation, then go to the wastewater?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Dolan?
I just had a question. I know the biggest issue we had with single family versus multifamily was the meter usage. And I can't remember, was that addressed in the very beginning of that, or we were talking about those specific rates? But are we talking about per unit? Is that addressed in option A and B as well?
Mr. Burnett?
It's addressed more so on the sewer side than it is on the water side in terms of the dwelling unit and how dwelling units are treated. It's a little bit more difficult on the water side just because you could have 1 3/4 inch meter serving a single family home, but you could have 1 2 inch meter serving 12 multifamily homes. So trying to equate, making sure that everybody's paying the same base charge and the volume rates by tiers. So on the water side, what we tried to do was have the same approximate amount of water use by tier between single family and multifamily, and then get closer to the question I think that you're asking on the sewer side.
Okay, yeah, no, that does make sense. Thanks for the clarification.
Absolutely.
I have a question based on Councilmember Dolan's
Yes.
comment. I moved back to slide 12. So it identifies different meter sizes.
Yes.
For water.
Yes.
So most single family homes are at 3/4 inch.
Correct.
So it's the current would be $9.02. If you're at a 1-inch meter, it's $15.06. Now, if you're at a 2-inch meter, it's $40.07. If that's a multifamily, is that per dwelling or is that?
That's if there's only 1 meter going to serve 10 units, they just pay the 1 meter fee.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Kevin, can I add something there?
Please do.
And one thing that you all need to keep in mind is whenever you have a larger meter like that and there's one bill that's given, it's up to the owner of the property to decide how it's distributed. And so because all the monthly readings come in for all the units, but it's through 1 meter, then it's up to them to charge each unit for those amounts. Hopefully it ties into what the rates are, but just thought we'd point that out. Kevin, don't you think that's important thing?
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so then I guess if we want to get back onto slide 19 and start with option B.
All right. So option B, so this is something that's only going to apply to the single family class and the commercial class. The other classes are left unaffected by this one. So in this one, some of the feedback that we got last time was based on the 2021 study that we did, the cost of service brought the rates down for the commercial class from where they were at before. So what we tried to do in this option was look at how much revenue was being generated prior to our last study and then design rates this time around that replicated where commercial was prior to our last study, plus the additional revenue that we need as part of the financial plan this time around. So that's what we've done. We've still got the conservation message that we're factoring in here. So commercial is getting a bigger allocation of the cost, and then it's offset in the single family class. So here we have the same tiers as we looked at for option A for both single family and commercial, but the rates have come down for the single family class and they've gone up a lot more for the commercial class. So if we look at that option, so previously where we had 58, 59% of single family customers would be in that highest increase in their bill, they're at 25% now, would see the biggest increase in their bills, primarily being driven by the conservation message. But you can see commercial is going to see a larger distribution of increase at the higher levels. So then option C was a phase-in. So this was a phase-in for the multifamily, the HOAs, the RV parks. So if you remember back to the financial plan, and I know we've gone over a lot since then, but it was the 15, the 11, it bounced around a lot. So what we tried to do with this phase-in option was make sure that the volume rates increased by the same percentage every year. So it was a 10% one year, 10% next year, 10%. It wasn't 15 one year and then 11 one year and then up. So it was intending to smooth all of those out. So the tiers themselves stayed the same as what we were recommended in the earlier plan. It just means the incremental increase between 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. It's going to be the same increase on the volume side, so it makes it a little bit more predictable for those that have to prepare budgets from one year to the next to know what the increase is going to be. And in doing so, in this fashion, so you would see 36% of multifamily customers wouldn't see an increase in their bill. The RV parks are still going to see the same just because we've increased their tiers and kept the first year increase. We haven't modified that at all. So The summary of the options that we had there. So again, option A is going to be an update to your existing rate structure, trying to make single family, multifamily, and RV parks more similar in terms of usage by tier and the conservation message. Option B increases the revenue recovery from the commercial class to what it was previous to the current rate structure. And then option C, we're looking at trying to increase rates, the volume rates for multifamily and RV parks in equal annual increments. So we're getting close to the end of water here. So then we're going to go back and revisit those graphs that we looked at before. So bearing in mind, we did provide the comparison of how you compare to your neighbors, but it's important to look at the rates that we designed were the rates designed for Lake Havasu City. We weren't designing rates for Kingman. We weren't designing rates for Prescott. These are your costs, your flows, your customers. And there's all these different factors that affect why rates are the way they are in different communities. So again, with that, so we've got Lake Havasu City current, the light blue bar, the $15.98. So if we were to go with the option B, which is increasing the revenue from commercial and giving single family a bit of a break, the bill would go up to $19.46. And then if we went to option A, which was the stronger conservation signal, but keeping the rate structure itself the same, without the subsidy from commercial, you'd be at $20.72. So it is an increase. Nobody wants to see an increase. Pat and I don't like having to tell you that you need an increase. But in looking at the chart, you're staying within the same relative position of where you're at today, and certainly less than the EPCOR customers being served in the Havasu area. So that's the end of water, except for questions.
Yeah, let's pause there and we'll talk a little bit about water and get council feedback. On this particular slide, option C, where would that fall in?
So option C was a phase in for multifamily and RV parks, so it wouldn't impact single family at all.
Okay.
So it's just the two options that would apply to single family.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right, let's talk as a council about feedback as it comes to water. Before we go into that, I know that Mr. Burnett provided a little bit of context of where we're at and why we're even having this discussion at all. So we worked with Wildan back in 2020 to do a utility rate study to take care of our water and sewer rates based on the expiration of the IDD. So that's the Irrigation and Drainage District. That was the first quasi-government that Mr. McCulloch set up for Lake Havasu City before we incorporated as a city. What that did is it charged a property tax to all property owners throughout the community, and it was set to expire when the vote of the people to incorporate Lake Havasu City in 1978. However, since the IDD had debt at the time, they had issued debt for the initial sewer infrastructure, they were unable to sunset the IDD at that time. Earlier councils to us refinanced that debt because it provided $5.7 million in revenue towards the water fund, basically offsetting everyone's monthly water bill. However, that debt was expired naturally we paid it off in 2020, and so we had to expire the IDD. Now, every property owner across the city received a property tax decrease because of that. It was a flat cost based on acreage, and that has occurred in everyone's tax bills actually this year. So if you have a mortgage, you might have noticed an escrow change on your account. If you don't have a mortgage, you would have realized a cash property discount based on what you had to pay for your bill. That started all these conversations. We implemented rates. We adopted them in 21, and we had some issues with some of the multifamily dwellings. And so we came back. At the time, the council adopted a rate structure that currently exists today that includes deficit spending. So we're spending into our fund balance. We're spending more money to operate the system than we're taking in on a monthly basis. That's alarming, but we knew we were doing it. We had the reserves to be able to do it with anticipation to take one full year of operating to see what the changes in the rate structures were going to do to the water users and how they use the water, because rates impact water use depending on how you do it. So we saw the seasonality of not only the folks that travel to Lake Havasu either as homeowners that stay in the wintertime or homeowners that stay in the summertime or just traditional tourism, as well as our own full-time residents' use of the water. We then came back at the end of that 1 year period, which was October of this last year. We awarded this contract to Willdan in December to start this work and take a look at it. So that's why we're here and what we're doing. So we have to increase the rates because we're spending more than we have, and eventually our fund balance is going to go away. And Mr. Burnett had mentioned some of that when it comes to our debt covenants that we're required to have based on the sewer debt that was issued. We have to meet those requirements and, of course, cover the operating costs. What's the downside of not raising rates is some of the things you see in the national news about other communities that have not invested in their infrastructure and don't either have water or water availability that they need right now. We can't obviously go there. So when it comes to the water rates that are presented to us, the council did our homework, as Mr. Burnett mentioned, and some of our goals that we gave to Willdan are conflicting. So one of our goals was water conservation, which is very, very important, especially in our current times with the uncertainty of the Colorado River. So that's one. And then we also said cost and impact to the customer. And so those two are very, very competing because the only way to get water conservation is to charge more for high water users. The more water you use, the more you pay. So that obviously impacts the ratepayer, but it drives our conservation methods. And in Lake Havasu City, we know that conservation works. We did winter quarterly averaging for a very long time. Those of you that have lived here a long time, our residents sometimes wouldn't even take showers in the wintertime because they take the average of 3 of the 4 months in the wintertime to determine your rates for a whole year. And it worked. And so we know that those types of modeling work for us. But now we have the difficult task of addressing it. We don't have any other alternatives at this point to deficit spend, do any other thing other than address these water rates in a way that's equitable for all water users. So with that summary, I'll now open up to council for comments, questions, thoughts on where we're at with water. Vice Mayor Lane?
Sure, I'll start.
Okay.
When it comes to option A, option B, we're going to have a public hearing on these rates. I'd really love to hear from the public. That's going to come in September, so you've got 2 months now to let us know what you think. Either option, I do like option A because it really encourages conservation. One of the things that we have talked about, and we say this quite often, we are a nonprofit water company. We don't make money. We have just enough in the reserves, a little bit more, to maintain our bond rating. And that's extremely important. So when we do have to issue bonds, and we have a very high bond rating, which is a good thing because we have very little debt. In comparison, and one of the things that we had asked for was, what would be the difference if it was a for-profit water company? You can see the yellow line right there. That's our residents here in Lake Havasu, but outside the city limits. So they're outside of our water district, which is the area that's over by across the highway from Anderson, Chrysler, Dodge, Lowe's, that area over there. They don't get city water because that's not city, that's county. They're on EPCOR water. They're paying $50.40 for the same thing that our residents in this town would be paying $20.72, which I think is pretty awesome. And when you look at the fact there is we also have a water treatment plant. So not only are we giving you water, we're treating that water before it gets to you, taking that manganese out of there. I don't know how EPCOR treats their water, but I know they don't have a water treatment plant. So we're doing more to the water. So I think it's extremely important to know that. And when you look at that cost, you think, oh my gosh, it is going to go up a little bit. It's less than a subscription to the newspaper. So, you think about that. Costs for the newspaper have gone up. The cost to the city have gone up. That's just a fact of life. We have to have those costs because we're nonprofit. We have, you heard him say, a CIP, our capital improvement projects. It's extremely important. As the mayor had said, you don't have to look that far to see where issues lie with organizations that do not keep the infrastructure up on their water. I just read an article in the paper the other day, another city. All residents must boil their water before they use it because they let their infrastructure fail. Go right across the lake. I don't know, I haven't heard anything from them in a while, but right across the lake for the longest time, they've been on bottled water because they let their infrastructure fail. You can go just to the south end of town outside the city limits to where the fire department cannot hook up to the fire hydrants because they didn't maintain their infrastructure. We have to maintain our infrastructure so that when you turn that faucet on, water comes out. And it's not just water. It's good, clean water that you don't mind drinking, making your coffee, and all of that. So if we don't raise these rates to this level, which is still lower than everybody else's, what we need to hear from the public, when you look at that CIP, what do you want us to cut out of it? So we have put together this plan on this is what we are going to do with these dollars to maintain your water system, because the water system belongs to all of you. If you don't want us to have these rates, what do you want us to cut out of that project? So, and we need to get that from you. So we have 2 months here where we're going to have a public hearing. You tell us what rates you want, and if you don't want these rates, what projects do you want us to delete? Because we'll have to delete projects because we are a nonprofit. We don't have extra dollars. We don't keep that money, as you can see by this chart right here. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Lane. Councilmember Koch?
Yeah, I echo, and for those of you who listened to Speak Out today, we had a lively conversation about this. And I'll just add that anybody I've talked to in the last 6 months, the last year, this isn't a surprise. We knew this is what we were going to be looking at. We knew through the whole budget process. We've talked about this. This really isn't a shock. I'm actually shocked it's not a little bit higher than what it is based on the cost of services and goods that have gone up over the last year and 2 years. So, nobody wants to see the prices go up, but we all want to turn the faucet on and have clean water, and we all want to be able to flush the toilet and make sure it works. And we all want to have a good running sewer system because we don't want the lake to get contaminated either. So it's a necessary evil here, and I thank you for your hard work. And I know we're only halfway through this, but it needs to happen, and we've put off the inevitable the last year watching what the rates and usage have done, and we really do need to continue with our conservation efforts.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the council?
Mayor?
We'll go Councilmember Lynn, and then we'll go to Councilmember Campbell, then Councilmember Moses.
I'm going to be brutally honest. These slides are very difficult for me to understand. All right. These percentages, it's very, very difficult for me to understand and to make a decision on something like this. But one question I do have on option B, where does the multifamily fit into that option?
So option B was only looking at single family and commercial.
So if we decided to go on option B, so what does that look like for multifamily? To leave it where it is right now?
So if you were to go with option B, so you would take single family and commercial from option B, and then everybody else would be the option A. So the rates that we showed for multifamily, for RV parks, for irrigation, for hydrants, they would all be the option A rates.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, option A on the multifamily, the objective, it's written in here, was based on the comment that single family and multifamily are going to be treated the same.
In terms of the amount of water they get in each tier, yes.
Okay. Again, this is really, really hard for me to understand. And I'm just admitting that this is really hard for me to understand. Thank you.
Yeah. And Councilmember Lynn, so the water, some of the controversy with multifamily in the current adopted rates is on the sewer side. So on the water side here, this is just changing the tiers and saying, okay, all dwellings, whatever it is, how do we equalize that? And then you would pay based on these rates. When it comes to the rate increases, specifically when it comes to water, we're talking about 15%, which is huge. They're very large numbers, but because we're starting at such a small base number on this slide that's actually in front of us, we're talking about a $4 increase, $4.74, which certainly is impactful and is going to have change behaviors. But it's $4.74 is the increase on. I took option A because that's the most expensive on this particular slide, just to give us a perspective.
And I will say that staff is working on doing some more exact bills comparisons. So looking at existing bills and what they would be under each option. So hopefully that will provide some clarity for the council and the public going forward as well.
Yeah. In today's action, what we're doing today is we're declaring the rate period. So we have 60 days. And so they'll come back and give us very specific rates. And as Mr. Burnett had mentioned, we'll have sample bills so we can see what it looks like and make any adjustments that the council feels based on the outcomes of all of those things. So we have time. So that's really, I'm just trying to reassure you, it is very complicated. I spent a lot of time on this today, and it is very complicated. All right, Councilmember Campbell.
Hello. I am absolutely disappointed with the slides that I received that uploaded onto my iPad. I don't know if everybody else has the same thing, but the dots, and they're very hard to read. The fonts are like laid over each other. And what I'm really upset about, that I was told that we were going to do this for a year. I know that this was our last rate went in on July 1st. We're going July, August, September, October, November. And now, is that what we said? So we're 5 months behind what we told people we were going to do. And I'm sitting here looking at something that is super hard to understand. I see right here, too, that the multifamilies, it looks like from tier 1, if it's based on the size of the meter, immediately from the beginning, they're getting hit with $1.47 on A. While single family over here in I agree with Councilwoman Lynn, these are the hardest look. We had all this information way before we were having a discussion at this level. So I know we rehired the same people. I'm not happy with the current, what I have in front of me, for the purpose of giving us the tools we need to make the right decision for the citizens of Lake Havasu City. What I do know for a fact is when we were doing our old categories, water averaging, I've discussed this in the past. When we did that, we had some things that were very positive for the city. Number one, we were paying down debt. I understand the IDD. We were paying down our debt. We are also not in a debt crisis with this 1.2. We also had consistent data year after year after year. And I feel kind of like the parking thing. We just wadded it up and started all new. And I've been working on this water rate study since I ran for city council. And I don't feel any comfortable today as I did back then trying to have this discussion. I'm a lot wiser about it. But the other big concern about trying to make these multifamily more equitable, well, they say, go ahead, make us equitable. You take over all of our roads and infrastructure. You start when we have a broken sewer pipe, have the city come down and fix that, and then have the city connect to each individual unit and have the city go ahead and send out a bill to each individual person and tell me if that's fair and equitable. And I guarantee you the city does not want to take on all their infrastructure. So this is really bothering me that we had to start all over. It shows that we're not capable of moving forward in a positive direction because we're going on 3 years and now we're upside down and now we're messing with our debt services. I would go back to my favorite word, the biggest debacle of all times. Why can't we just go back to the categories and then the billing process we had before? Let everybody tell us what the percentages across the board have to be. I'm all for understanding rates have to go up. Water is too cheap. I agree. But these trying to start something new is really disturbing for me because it's proving we're not capable of doing the job. What the councils did years and years ago was a better policy than what we have in place today. So you can tell I'm very passionate about this. This has taken up way too much time in my brain. And when I get this report and the fonts are all messed up, you can barely even read the words, and I get it on a Friday before we're talking about on a Tuesday, doesn't seem that they want us to succeed, or at least me. So there's my big rant. You guys knew you were going to get it. I'll step aside at this point. But I was actually in Vietnam and in Asia. We absolutely need to take care of our infrastructure. It should be more important than every cell phone. And if sewer, water, and trash costs us $100, we are a lucky community. So That's what I'm trying to say for a single family home. And I know for a fact my daughter with a single family home and 3 kids and a swimming pool and little kids with their hoses, throwing up and, hosing each other's down, slip and sliding, are spending way more than any one of my neighbors when I lived in a condo, hands down. So there's my rant, and you guys have fun with the rest.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Campbell. But just for the record, we went out of our way to make sure you had a printed copy before you left town in your mailbox. Were you not able to grab that?
Mayor, you thought that, but I had to take Councilwoman Lynn's because mine wasn't ready, and I was there on a Friday morning to get it, and I did not get the printed copy of this water report. It came up on my board on Friday, I think, like with all of yours, and it's really it's not right. So they had to go ahead and replace Councilwoman Lynn. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Lynn, you didn't know that, but I had to take your report on Friday morning before I left.
Yeah. All right. So you have the one we have in front of us then. So, all right, perfect. Councilmember Moses?
I'll keep mine pretty short, so we can get to the wastewater, but I have 2 goals, and that was conservation, and then everybody pay what you use, and it seems to be that option A accomplishes that. If I had to pick one of the 3, option A is the way to go for me. I just want everybody to pay what I want to stick to the cost of delivering services for any and all people. I don't think any person, whether they live in an apartment or a house, should pay any different. I don't think any business should put the bill for any other part of the community or any one person for that matter. So I guess option A is the closest to those 2 goals.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Moses. Any other thoughts on water?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Dolan?
I'll go in and weigh in a little bit. No, I thought the presentation was fine. I think it's where we kind of left off last year. I think we made a lot of strides. Unfortunately, in our economy the way it is right now, everything is going up. Cost of business is going up, and it's just the way it is. And we need to keep up with the city water and sewer. Like I said, we definitely need to keep up with our infrastructure. And unfortunately, it's going to cost more this year than it did last year, and it's going to cost more next year than it is this year. So we definitely need a plan. I think what we have so far is great. I'm probably leaning towards at the moment option B, mainly because I like the changes in option A, but I like the fact that it puts some of the commercial properties that went down a year and a half ago when we did this back to at least where they were. I know there was a lot of us that our rates went up, and I think that those businesses should be able to absorb some of those costs. So that's why I'm leaning towards option B. So other than that, I think we're making great strides, and I look forward to the next, so we can get this out in front of the public and have discussion with them. So.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the overarching goals that with the homework, as Mr. Burnett mentioned, one was cost of delivery model. And that's what we modeled after in 2020 and caused some of the confusion when it came to single family specifically. But with option B, what that does is that takes it away from cost of service model and basically says the commercial entities are going to subsidize single family uses or multifamily uses. So that would be, the likes of, I think it's restaurants, hospitals, hotels, general commercial. I mean, there's a whole list of them that are subsidizing single family home. That goes away from the model of cost of delivery service. So, Mr. Burnett, before we move on to sewer, could you talk about how does cost of delivery, how is that determined, and what methodology do you use behind setting rates based on cost of service delivery, which is one of the overarching goals that council had given at the start of this process?
Right. So I'll talk about sewer and the cost of service on sewer as well as just stay within the cost of service framework. But so on the water side, when you look at the cost of service, it's broken down into the number of customers by that particular class. So the more customers you have, the more customer service related costs are going to get allocated to that class. So printing bills, taking phone calls, explaining things. So that's one of the costs that gets allocated out. The cost of maintaining the meters and repairing the meters themselves. So again, the more meters you will have in a customer class, single family is your biggest customer base. You have more meters on the single family side. So the costs that the city incurs to repair, maintain, read meters, more of those costs are going to get allocated to the single family side. The other piece of it is how we size the system. So if we lived in a perfect world, everybody on the system would use the same amount of water every day, every week, every month, every year. And when Greg's designing his system, he can predict, this is how big I need to build the pipes. This is how much capacity I need in the treatment plant, because everybody's going to use the same amount of water. They're going to have the same amount of water demands day in and day out, year round. That's not the world we live in. That's not what Greg's job gets to be. He has to plan a little bit differently. So he has to know that in February, there's going to be less water use than there's going to be in August. And there's going to be more irrigation in August than there is in February. So he has to be able to size the system in the treatment plant to be able to accommodate for the fact that there's going to be more irrigation use in the summertime. So the pipes need to be sized big enough to allow all the water to get through to provide that service during irrigation season. He also has to take into account the part-time residents versus full-time residents. So there's going to be a fluctuation within the single family, the multifamily, RV park classes, where when you have more people in the city, more tourism, there's going to be greater water demand. So we have to look at all of those different things by class. So that gets us into what we call peaking factors. So we will look at each individual customer class. We'll look at single family and we'll say, what is their average water use across the entire year? And then we'll say, what is their peak month water use? So the delta between how much they use in a peak month and what their average month is, we call that the peaking factor for that particular class. So Greg needs to size the system to be able to meet that peak demand for that particular customer class. There's a cost to the system to be able to oversize the system, if you will, to be able to meet that peak month demand. So that the system's there. It's not used year round. It's just 1 month out of the year that you hit that peak. So most of the system sits idle during that period. But there's a cost to build the system that way, to use the system that way, to repair and maintain the system that way, the capital improvement program that we've been talking about. So as we look at who's putting the demand on the system, who's causing us to have the system be oversized, we allocate those costs to the different customer classes. So that's the cost of service analysis, so that we take into account the number of customers by class, the number of meters in that class, how they're using water on an average month basis, and how they're using water on a peak month basis. And then we assign costs to the classes based on that. Similar thing on the sewer side, number of customers. We don't have meters on the sewer side for the most part, but we've still got to send out bills. We have to take customer calls, answer questions. So all that is the same on the sewer side. The other thing that we have on the sewer side is what we call strength factors. So a restaurant, the discharge, the sewer flow from a restaurant is much harder to treat than the sewer flow that comes from an office building or for a single family home. So FELAC has to be prepared to be able to do that and do his analysis. And we need more chemicals. If everybody was at domestic strength, single family rent, he could buy one level of chemicals and put so much chemicals into the treatment process. But we got restaurants, we've got hospitals, we've got different types of industries that increase what the strength is. He needs to treat it more chemicals, more electricity. So again, there's a cost to be able to treat that different level of discharge associated with those customer classes. So on the sewer side, we're looking at how strong is the discharge coming from each of the customer classes, how much flow is coming from those customer classes, and how much customer service is associated with each of those customer classes. So that's the basis of cost of service on the sewer side.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification on that. So in option B for water,
yes,
on the commercial side, those
Yes.
rates are just, can we justify the rates? Or are they just going back to the pre-2020 study rate as a baseline with the built-in increases to make the modeling work as a whole?
So if we were to go with option B, we couldn't say that we are adhering to cost of service principles. This would become a policy decision at this point in time that Council has decided as a matter of policy that they wanted to adopt rates that were beyond cost of service for the commercial class. That's certainly something that can be done. It's done in other places. Is there a risk associated with doing that? There is, because commercial customers could come back and say, you're charging us more than what your expert said the cost of service was. But at the same time, as I said, it can be done. It's just we can't justify it as cost of service. And if we were asked, are these cost of service rates, we'd have to say no.
Okay. No, this might put you on the spot. I'm not meaning to, so you don't have the answer. I completely understand. You said some places do this.
Yes.
Use commercial to offset. How many? Is it like 50% of people do it this way? 10%? A few? And again, if you don't have the answer, I respect that.
I don't have an exact number for you. I can say similar to when we went through the study last time, we adjusted the rates because usage patterns change over time. So even if we were to go with cost of service today, it's not to say that 5 years down the road, patterns haven't shifted and single family is subsidizing commercial or vice versa. But there are, to answer your questions, there are some councils that we go before that do make that policy decision to subsidize one class over another.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think, are we ready to move on to sewer? By the looks in the chambers, we are. So if we could move on to sewer.
All right. So again, a similar slide to on the water side, so I won't belabor it too much. On the sewer side, on the water side, we saw O&M costs went up 17% since the last study. On the sewer side, it's 23%, so a little bit higher there. And then we've still got the same goal as making sure that we have the adequate reserves, both on the cash reserve ratio side, and we're meeting our debt service coverage. So the comparison to the neighbors, again, a little bit of a preview. So on the water side, we were down at the left side of the graph. On the sewer side, your current is more towards the upper half of your comparisons to the neighbors. And again, Bullhead City is looking at their rates currently, but they're not far enough along for us to be able to say what their new rates are going to be. We only had one financial plan developed for the sewer fund. We didn't go back and retool it like we did on the water side. So you can see we've got 6% increases for a couple of years, and then 2 5s, a 4, 2, and then 2030 through 2033. At this point in time, we're not showing the need for a rate increase. Again, we don't know what's going to happen that far out, and staff will be updating the financial plans annually. So again, you can see we've got the fund balance at the beginning that we're drawing down on, the deficit spending that the mayor was talking about, and then where you see it bounce up and down, it's the same process as we had on the water side. If we had nice, smooth capital improvement program every year, we wouldn't have those spikes in the fund balance going up and down, but the capital changes from year to year in terms of what the needs are. So again, we have options A, B, and C for sewer. Option A on sewer, similar to where we were at on water. So again, this is trying to do the matching between the single family and multifamily. As I said, on the water, when we're discussing water, it's a little bit easier on the sewer side to do it because we don't have the meter that we're trying to contend with, one meter serving multiple dwelling units. So on the sewer side, we have a charge per dwelling unit for residential. So regardless whether you're a single family home, a multifamily home, or a condo, it's a charge per dwelling unit. One of the things that we heard through the stakeholders, from staff, from the council is basing sewer flows on water usage is confusing. It fluctuates from month to month. We don't know what their sewer is going to be. So we wanted to simplify that, and what would things look like if we just had a flat charge for sewer. So that's what we've done for single family, multifamily. All other classes we've left as is. We kept the existing rate structure. We just modified them based on the strength factors that I was just talking about and the financial plan needs. So with that, for option A, so no flow rates for single family, multifamily. So the current base charge for single family per dwelling unit is $52.14, and there's a $1.76 flow rate. That $1.76 is going away in the future. So it would just be the flat rate charged per per dwelling unit. On the multifamily side, to make sure that a dwelling unit is a dwelling unit is a dwelling unit. So on the multifamily side, they would go up to the 5214 that single family pays on a per dwelling unit basis now. And again, the flow rate of $6.26 would go away starting November 1st. The commercial and hotels, again, so this is based on the strength factors, the cost of service, but keeping the rate structure as it was. So on the commercial side, a charge per account. On the hotel side, a charge per room. And then the flow rate based on the amount of discharge every month. Same thing for the RV parks. So that rate structure stays the same. It's a monthly base charge per space and then a flow rate based on the amount of discharge every month. And then on the septic haulers, it's still that flow rate. There's no base charge associated with that. So in terms of the macro level impacts, so with single family basically staying the same, the base charge staying the same next year, but the flow rate going away, most customers would see no change, or most customers would see a 0 to 5% decrease in their bill, and then some would see no change. On the multifamily side, because we're going from that relatively low base charge up to a higher base charge, they would see much more of an increase on their side. And then commercial, hotel, and RV parks would all see increases as well. So option B.
Mr. Burnett, could you just go back 2 slides just so I can see one more? The commercial increase, it looked like 100% increase on your one slide. And how is that?
So it would be 100%, they would see 100% of customers would see an increase of 0 to 5%.
5%. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So option B, this is similar to what we saw on the water side. So this would be taking commercial and hotels back up to their pre-2021 study revenue levels. So again, moving away from cost of service where we were at before, but replicating more closely where they were at previously. So in this case, instead of the 5214 for a dwelling unit, whether it was single family or multifamily, it would be $43.64. So the savings on the residential side from increasing commercial and hotels. And again, that would be on a per dwelling unit basis. So then hotels and commercials, you can see the monthly base charge goes up fairly significantly from what we were looking at under option A. And then the same thing on the flow rate. There's the increase there. So they would be subsidizing the residential in this case. So in this case, with that change, single family, everybody would see a greater than 25% decrease in their monthly bill. Multifamily would see a lesser increase at the higher levels, but they would still see an increase. And then commercial and the hotels would see a greater than 25% increase in their bills. Option C was more of a phase-in. So we recognize that to go from the current base charge for a multifamily all the way up to the single family monthly base charge is a big jump. So this was an attempt to smooth that out a little bit and phase in over time. So in this case, we've got the multifamily for dwelling unit. Instead of going from the 1867 to 52, they would go from 1867 to 28 and then to 39, 47. So that by the time we got to 2028, it was a gradual phase in so that multifamily and single family rates per dwelling unit are the same. But we get there over 5 years as opposed to getting there overnight. So with that, you see a little bit less of a burden on the multifamily on the sewer side. Multifamily was better on the water side. Single family was worse on the water side. It's the reverse that we're seeing in terms of customer impact on the sewer side. Sewer flow meters was, jumping ahead? No. Sewer flow meters. So this was something that came up in discussions with staff. The city does have some customers on the multifamily, on the RV park sides that have paid for sewer flow meters. So rather than estimating their sewer flows based on the water meter, they actually paid for and maintain sewer flow meters. So if we were to go with the flat charge that we've shown in the previous slides, those sewer flow meters would no longer be needed. So that's a discussion that, pending council direction to move forward with this, staff would be reaching out and having those discussions with those customers that have sewer flow meters and working with them on that front. So again, the summary of the options. So option A is the update to the current rate structure and a flat rate for single family and multifamily. Option B would be to increase hotel and commercial rates and provide the benefit to residential. And then option C phases in the multifamily rates to match single family rates in year 5. Again, we've got the same disclaimer on the sewer side in terms of doing the rate comparison. One thing that was brought to our attention in terms of the geographic location. So Lake Havasu City has 49 lift stations that they need to operate and maintain to provide sewer service, as opposed to Kingman down the road only has 2 or 3. So that's going to change the way the system has to be maintained, operated, costs, all those types of things. So with that, we've got Lake Havasu City current. For a single family, the light blue bar there, the 5556. If we were to go to option A, the bill would go down to 5214. If we were to go to the subsidized option, option B, it would drop to $43.64. And then if we were to go with the option C, the phase in, it's still that 5214 level, but multifamily would get a lesser bump up in their monthly bill under that option. So similar to water, if you were to pick option B or option C, the customer classes that are not specifically identified would fall under option A. So I guess I'll pause there before we move on to the last little bit.
Sure. All right, so let's talk a little bit about sewer and where it comes from and what our thoughts are. Well, I guess we know where it comes from, but it didn't mean that to that perspective, but from the numbers side of the spreadsheet. So if we take just my initial thought going through this portion of the program is that if we lower single family from what they're currently paying now, it's what we're hurting the commercial side from saying we did last time. And so now we lower a single family and then we increase commercial because last time we lowered commercial because we did cost of service delivery. So I don't think that puts us in a good position. I would think no one should be lowered in a position when we're trying to find stability in our system. The good news is all options here for single family reduce the current bill that folks are paying today, regardless of what we do. But I do believe that we should stick to a cost of service model. It was one of our overarching goals as a council at the beginning of this process that we just started this spring, and we can justify it. I don't know how we just say arbitrarily we're going to pick 1 or 2 business customers that are going to offset everyone's water and sewer bills. But that's my perspective. And it just was glaring in the way the presentation laid out here this afternoon or evening. Other comments, thoughts? Vice Mayor Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll kick it off. I agree with option A. It's cost of service. I think that's very, very important. It's also important to realize that we are built on the side of a hill. That's why we have 49 lift stations that all have to be serviced all the time. That brings the cost up. As I said, under the water portion, it is a nonprofit system. We don't make money off of this, but we do have to have enough in reserve so that we maintain our bond rating. And Anthony, could you go back to slide number 33?
They're fancy. They have a remote. Mr. Burnett has it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Didn't even see his hands move.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. So here's what I wanted to look at, and this is something that I've been discussing ever since this happened. And we had an issue with the multifamily versus the single family when we did this a couple of years ago, and this is why the HOAs were so upset. I've never lived in a location such as a condominium complex or that type of a complex where your HOA paid your sewer bills. During all of our public discussions, during everything, we never knew that. It was never brought up. None of the managers of HOAs brought it up. And so it was a very stark contrast to what they were paying to what the people in the single family residence were paying. And you can see it right here still with the multifamily currently, because we knew that we were going to use some of our money. We had to save the HOAs because they would go bankrupt. They don't have the ability to raise rates because of their bylaws and the way they charge their rate servers the money. So right now you're looking at $18.67 as opposed to somebody in a single family residence that's paying $52.14. If you have two people that are living in an apartment or a condominium, and you have two people that are living in a single family residence, and we're talking sewer right now, those two people in the condominium and those two people in the single family residence, they're taking the same amount of showers, washing the same amount of dishes, doing the same amount of laundry, flushing the toilets the same, putting the same amount of discharge into the sewer system. But the people that live in the single family house are paying $52 to do that, where the people living in the condo are paying $18. Is that fair? I don't think so. I didn't think so then. When we talked about this before, it was only $11 that the people in the condominiums were paying. I knew that their rates were going to go up 400%. That was the issue with the HOAs, is that their rates went up 400%. I knew that was going to happen. I own that. But they're not paying 400% more than everybody else. They were now paying the same as everybody else. So what was happening was they now were no longer being subsidized by the people that live in the single family homes. And that's what we're talking about here. So did that fix the problem with the HOAs by phasing this in the way we did? Now in 2024, if you'll notice on this slide, they will now be paying for that condominium the same amount as somebody in a single family home, and they will no longer be subsidized. Kevin, if you want to go forward to where we had option C, which is that phased in portion, you can see it here where it goes, thank you, from $18.67, then next year $28, then next year $39, then the next year $47.52, till finally in 2028 they're paying the same. So what that means is that the people that live in the single family homes and the other categories are still going to be subsidizing the condominium owners. Is that what the public wants to do? So I will say this again, between now and September, we need to hear from you. Do you want us to phase this in, or do you want us to go with option A, where we're paying the money up front? The problem we may have still, and I don't know, will the HOAs still have an issue? We've given them a year and a half to fix the problem where they are going to charge their homeowners, their condominium owners, the same amount of money. Did they fix it? I don't know. We've given them a year and a half to do it. That's why we did it the way we're doing it. So I'd love to hear from the public over the next 2 months. Do you like the fact that it's phased in? And if you live in a single family home, that for the next 5 years you're going to be subsidizing the HOAs? If that's what the public wants, I'm more than happy to go that way. If not, my personal preference is option A, and then everybody starts paying their fair share today. So, and I'm very glad that we did away with the winter averaging. That just confused everybody. And counting your sewer based on your water rates was just silly, in my opinion. But so that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lane. Anyone else? Councilmember Koch?
I don't have much of an update other than when we did discuss this a year and a half ago. I think there was a lot of, as Councilmember Lane said, a lot of confusion over what we were voting on the day that we voted on the rates that we were putting in place. Having, again, like Councilmember Lane, never lived in an HOA, never lived in a condo, I, in my mind, assumed that that was the rate for condos. So when I made my vote, I was completely aware of what we were doing. Not for any one way or the other. It just, that's how I read the chart. And so again, after we had the conversations and this topic was brought up to the public and in the paper and so forth, I did get a lot of feedback from people that had no idea that there was a discrepancy either. So I think it was educational on behalf of the study and what the council talked about then. So again, feedback from the public on their perception and what they feel like. I know we got a lot of feedback from the HOAs and from the condo owners, but we have a lot of single family resident owners that are going to be footing the bill per se for the equality of the rates. So really need to hear from them as well on their concerns and what they feel like the right way to move forward is. But I felt at the time more of an equal pay was the right way to go. So I would tend to lean more toward option A at this point, unless of course we have a lot more feedback from the public speaking against it.
Thank you. Any other feedback from members of the council on sewer rates?
Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
We'll do Councilmember Moses, then Councilmember Dolan.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree again with option A. Cost of delivery service model is the way to go. We've been kind of thinking about this for a year and a half. I think the apartment complexes, condo owners, and all those people have had quite a bit of time to get their house in order. And to be honest, we all know if we don't, the longer we wait to actually fix this and get to the cost of delivery service model, the more it ends up costing the average citizen and the average payer in the long run anyway. So I'd like to Band-Aid it to option A and get going and get our system right. I will tell you that, something the consultant said in the first presentation for water made me a little nervous when he said staff, reconfigured and reworked the CIP projects and all that stuff. That makes me nervous. Like, well, what was iffy that they decided to cut out? Because we haven't addressed this problem yet, and so I think the sooner we can get our ducks in a row and sooner we can get this thing fixed, the more certainty we can give staff, and the more the better we can stay on top of our infrastructure needs. It's not like roads where roads fail and we can just take another road. If our water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure fails, we're kind of low on options if that were to happen. So I think we need to get this done as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Moses. Councilmember Dolan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think originally I was kind of leaning a little bit towards option B, but I do agree after discussion. I think, we have to kind of stick with the cost of service model. We have analyzed our system and who uses what. And so, I definitely agree. I think we need to stick with the cost service model. So for that reason, I'm definitely at the moment leaning towards option A. Also had a lot of discussion about this with a lot of people in the community. And I feel comfortable with the decision I made last year as well. I hope the HOAs, I've been talking to some of the HOAs as well. I hope they've had time to, realize that change is coming and they need to make the changes. But I've talked to a lot of people that don't feel that we should be subsidizing the condos or, people that are here for 6 months out of the year, that everybody needs to pay their fair share for being on the system. So another thing I'd like to see too is see what, as we get to that point, what it looks like when we're actually looking at real billing for these. And that's something we talked about doing in the next month or two, seeing how the billing would fit into these different options. And also too, I think definitely the sewer flow meters have kind of, based on the system we have now, is probably something we don't need. So I don't believe we need to work a system around that at the moment. I definitely be leaning to option A and sticking with the cost of service model. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dolan. Any other feedback from members of council on sewer?
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
I'm not going to apologize, but I guess I was just told by our city manager. I showed him some pictures of the slides that I have. I don't have what you have. Mine's all distorted. It's a mess. And he says it's my laptop, I guess, but my laptop was new. So all I thought is why is anybody presenting a document to me that is it's super bad. I'll show it to you later, Mayor. It's not good. And I don't know if it's my laptop or not. So I want to do that disclaimer. I don't have what you guys have, number one. So I'm trying to navigate through a real mess. In the meantime, as we are trying to come together with a census on what is right, if we don't want to go back, it doesn't sound like that's the way we want to go. That's fine. I would like to lockstep and figure this out as well. So the water doesn't bother me as much. But again, I wish that my council members would understand that if they want to start paying for their infrastructure to go all the way up and down their street and connect to every one of their houses, because that's fair and equitable, then maybe we should consider that. Why don't we do that? So you get where I'm coming with this. And then when they said, well, the $18.67 is what we've been subsidizing them, they don't look that right below that. It says the flow rate, and that would be on option C. The flow rate was $6.26. Well, the $52 rate was $1.76. And from the very get-go, the flow rate was $6.26. That's just math. That's not. And then when we say, let's just get rid of the sewer meters. Well, I wish that I'm a business person. And if the city came to me and said, hey, if you really want to really dial down because of your irrigation and all that to give you a better deal, go out and spend $30,000, $40,000, $150,000 now to put in a sewer meter so that we can really see the sewer that you're using coming in and out, and now telling them, oh, we don't need to do that anymore. It's silly that you spent that money on that. So these multifamilies, we're talking about, bigger complexes that have a lot more people in it. And we're trying to talk about workforce housing, and we're talking about shade structures. But in the meantime, we're dinging these guys over here. And most of the units, but not most of them, a lot of the units are only like 500 or 600 square foot, which is as big as a lot of hotel rooms. But the hotel room's going to get a break, but the multifamily is not going to get a break. They're going to have to pay everything. Plus, anytime anything breaks, I wish you guys understand that. They have to be responsible for all the infrastructure within their multifamily development. Single family homes are not responsible for the pipes that are going up their street. There's my rant. I hope you guys heard, and I'm trying to figure it out. I want to do the best for everybody, as you know.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Campbell. Any other thoughts on sewer? All right, so with what's presented here on the sewer side of things, the flow rate, we're talking about getting rid of flow rates to make it easier from a billing perspective and for customers and ratepayers to understand. So we're comfortable doing that.
For residential. It
For
would still be
residential.
there for commercial.
Yeah, commercial will still stay,
Non-residential.
and the rates are identified in there. So it also will multifamily would go away as well. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So potentially so currently multifamily is paying about 35% of what single family homes are paying on base charge. It's about 35% of that. So from a policy standpoint, maybe we can find a hybrid where multifamily doesn't go up to 100%. I mean, there are some cost savings that we have for multifamily. We send one bill, it sounds like, instead of one to all of the units. We go to 1 meter instead of a potential of however many meters you go on the single family side. And maybe we take an increase and charge multifamily. Again, I'm just talking, I'm going to give some specifics, but more globally for doing the mapping with your spreadsheet. So maybe on year one, they go up to 50% of base charge for the multifamily and keep that for, year 1 and 2. So that way they can build into it. HOAs can get it approval, go to 65 for years 3 and 4, and then maybe 75% on year 5 and see how that works in as they go through. What that would do is currently it's about $7.40 per unit. So on a 100 unit complex, they're increasing their sewer bill just by $740, just with real quick, easy math. So maybe we can look at some modeling there. So option A on water, option on sewer, cost of service delivery, but maybe see where we model based on the expenses we have for multifamily because of the only one billing cycle, the only one maintenance of a meter and those types of things, just as a way to come together. Now, with all this said, we got lots of detail today. We talked a lot about what we think the rate should be, but we haven't even seen any sample bills, and that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. So today's action truly is to set and establish the date for our public hearing regarding the rate increases to conform with state law. That's what we're doing, but we wanted to get an update from the work Wildan and the team at the city has been doing on where we stand for water and wastewater. We hope that this will generate conversations within the community so we can talk about it. We did have an outreach that I attended, and we had about 35 people or so attend, and 32 of them represented multifamily. And they all understood that we needed to increase rates, that rates would be coming. So as I heard many of my colleagues at council say, hopefully these HOAs have started to lay the groundwork. I believe they have with their attendance there. I don't know if that has equated to changing in their rate structures or any of those types of things. But I do think that we can be flexible based on the implementation. So maybe, as Mr. Burnett mentioned, a November 1 implementation date for everyone, with the exception of multifamily, and we implement multiple family on January 1st. So they have a little bit more time to get their boards together and a rate plan. There might be some benefits to customer service at the city to change, one segment of the billing cycle and then go in on the other side. But all of those things we'll talk about at our September 26th meeting. I just kind of lay it out here that there is options, and we're just talking through different scenarios at this point. So before we open the public hearing, we'll let you finish your last few slides,
All right.
and then we'll go from there.
All right. We're almost home. So we do have the financial assistance program information up on the slide. Shows right here. So this is available to everyone in the community. It's a low-income energy assistance program. It's offered by AZ Department of Economic Security. It's offered to eligible city utility customers. So there's the contact information there. And then this doesn't result in any subsidies from existing ratepayers. So it's outside of the city's customer base. In terms of next steps, so the first two are more formal. As the mayor mentioned, it would be to adopt the notice of intent and schedule the public hearing. And then more on consultant and staff side, more analysis with the sewer flow meters, drought rate analysis. That was something that came up earlier on in meetings with the council. Until we know what the rates are going to be, it's a little bit difficult for us to do any kind of drought rate analysis. Wildan is building a sample bill calculator. So it's something that, again, once we know what the rates are going to be, we'll build a calculator for you that'll link up to the city's website so customers can go in and say, I'm a single family customer. This is my meter size. This is how much water I use. What's my bill currently and what would my bill be under? And then they can play with it to see if I reduce my water usage by 10%, what does that mean in terms of my bill? So that's something that we're working on. The conservation rates are going to have an impact on customers with swamp coolers. We know that, so that's something that staff is going to be reaching out on with those customers as well. And then we were really looking for council direction. So what option on water do you like? What option on sewer do you like? That'll allow us to do the billing analysis, so where we had separate graphs for how you compare to your neighbors. Once we know what options we're looking at, we can give you a water bill, a sewer bill, and a combined bill, so you can see what the overall impact to the customer is. We can get that bill calculator developed. And then the final thing there was, do you want us to continue to look at drought rates? It was something that came up before. We haven't really touched on it, again, because we don't know what the rates will be. But is that something that's still of interest to the council that we need to move forward with? So with that, I'm done.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for the very thorough presentation going through. I think we've answered and given direction kind of on what rates be like best, what sewer rates be like. I do think that once all that calculates out, that we do need to look at drought rates. That actually is circling back to the conversation the council had when we were looking at doing our water conservation plan. And we said, hey, we don't want to do anything until we actually see what the utility rate studies could do. So it's kind of circling back to that part of the conversation. So I do think we should be prepared for that. And when it comes to sample billing, I know sometimes I'm very simple, but I want it to look like the bill that gets put in the mail. So I don't want it to be, the rate calculator, that's fantastic. However that looks. But when we come back September 26th, I want it to look like a bill so that everyone can do their own calculations and we can see it going forward. So are there any additional questions from members of the council before we open the public hearing? All right, so this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Please.
Tammy Talbot. I live in a condo. I'm not, just like many of my other fellow condo people, I'm not here year-round. I'm here for a few weeks since I've retired, and I'm gone for a few weeks or gone 2 months or whatever. So my question is if you're going to try to have them all be the same as a single-family residence, how many single-family residences in the city are just used for the winter or just used for the summer versus condos? Because so many of the other condo people within my complex are winter visitors. They're only here for 4 months or 3 months. And if you're charging us $52 for being there when nobody's there, then no. If you've got 2 people in a condo and 2 people in a house, but the condo, they're only there 6 months, it's not the same. So you need a percentage of how many single family homes are, seasonal versus condos. The city maintains the water and sewer lines of single family homes within a complex, and Councilperson Campbell brought this up, is within a condo complex, we're responsible if there's a water leak or a sewer leak or something. The city doesn't come out and fix it. We have to. So that's less cost for the city. And yes, we only have 1 meter into the whole complex. And one of the other things is in a single family bill, their trash is included. In a condo complex or an apartment complex, no, we have to pay our own trash. It's not included in our bill. It's not part of that. So that's another expense that we have is a condo complex versus a single family. And yeah, we've been paying the flow rate, even though we're, so in a lot of ways, the single family homes haven't really been subsidizing us because we have been paying that flow rate, and we pay for our own trash and our own infrastructure maintenance. So thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. You have some good points. So when it comes to trash, condo complexes and these multifamilies are considered commercial. That state law changed, and so there isn't anything we can do in that area. But you had mentioned that if you're a winter visitor or summer visitor only using your facility 6 months of the year versus maybe a single family person using it 12 months a year, regardless, the infrastructure has to be there, and that's the cost we're there. So we can't just turn infrastructure on and off for 6 months. You want to make sure it's there every time you go. So there's that balance there, and you are correct. You are paying a higher flow rate, and Councilmember Campbell also had mentioned that. So maybe the subsidy that might have been identified earlier isn't as large as it is, but still nonetheless is a subsidy on that area. And then the single family homes, the city does take care of up to the meter at the home. So similar to the condo complex or multifamily, it's the same thing. But anything on the property side of the water issue, homeowners take care of that. Likewise, condo complexes take care of that. So it's very similar. It's just more noticeable when you have 100 units versus 1 unit. But the city takes care of infrastructure up to the meter for multifamily and single family at the same rate. And then once it's on the other side of the meter, of course, the property owner is responsible for it.
But the property of a condo complex.
I'm sorry, Ms. Talbot, you'll have to get back to the microphone. Yes.
The property of a condo complex is usually a lot larger than from the meter to the house. You've got from the meter to all of the houses. So, so there, it is saving the city by not having to deal with that infrastructure.
Yeah. Any other comments, or would anyone else like to address the council on this item?
Mayor?
Okay, we have a member of the public that's going to address the council, and then we'll come back to council.
Just respond to her comment. I was waiting for some of my colleagues to come up here. Sorry, it's late. Reagan Ross, and on this matter, I'm speaking on behalf of the Hospitality Association that works with a lot of restaurant owners, and also I'm a property owner on McCulloch with my family. When the new water rates came out, I think there was a perception that the commercial rates went down for a lot of restaurants and hotels, but I can tell you for a fact it did not. In my instance, that's all I can speak on personally. It went up significantly for our property on McCulloch, and then also for the office space. It went up a lot in that it over doubled. Under the old method, there was different categories. Even for restaurants, there was a bakery, deli, which I was under. And then there's other restaurant, as you talk about discharge. Discharge from a full restaurant is going to be a lot more into the sewer system than, say, a bakery, deli. So there was different classifications for all of those commercial properties. So I would wonder why, under this new method, we're not looking at different classifications for commercial properties. And then also, I just find it very interesting. I had a restaurant in Goodyear, so I kept looking at the graph, and Goodyear was up here. I don't know if it's been 5 years since I had that property, but my rates in Goodyear were always significantly lower than my water rates were for Lake Havasu. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Yeah, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item? Yeah.
Hello, Council. My name is Jason Hellert from College Street Brew House and Pub. We are a restaurant, but we are also expanding to a large brewery. So my question really is, are you guys leaning more towards A than B? Because B is bad for us. But again, I understand the prices have to go up. We got to figure out how to pay for it. So I totally understand that. But the sewer side is not as big an issue for us because we tend to back that charge. I mean, mass majority of the water that a brewery uses goes into a can, and pardon the pun, but you guys end up paying the sewer charge for that later on when you get home. I don't handle that. But the water usage itself goes into a product base, so it doesn't necessarily go back into the system and require that additional treating. So we don't have the meter on the sewer side. We have a separate meter inside the brewery that meters that additional water that goes out. But a rate increase for the commercial side, either on the sewer end or to have the commercial side subsidize it, would be a drastic increase in our water cost, personally. So that's all I was checking. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, right now it looks like the consensus is we're moving forward with options A in the modeling, but we'll get more detailed on the September 26th hearing. All right, would anyone else like to address the council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for final thoughts and possible motion. Yeah, Councilmember Campbell, did you still have a comment or?
Yes.
You want to share?
I just wanted to respond to the homeowner that's she's correct. You guys run one service to 1 meter, but you get funding for possibly 200 base prices. So that's a big difference. What I was trying to say, you're not running a meter to 200 that you have to manage. So I think you've heard me loud and clear on that. And I'm going to go back to kind of agree with Regan Ross that we're just talking about making it fair. And Councilmember Moses mentioned it, that he thinks that we should pay for what we use. And it seems like we're kind of getting off of that with the base rates on that. And I agree. Why should she, if it's just a bakery, so those categories were put in place for a reason. And where we got confused last time is it wasn't written that where it was supposed to say per unit on the condo, they didn't do it. So it made it look like if you had a sewer meter, you were just going to pay base rate just like a water meter. But we've discussed this a bunch of times. I just want to let you know that I am concerned about a lot of the HOAs having to be exactly the same as single family home. I don't think that seems logical. Maybe to some people it does, but to me and a lot of other people, it does not.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. So just to address a couple of those things, one of the proposals, again, I was talking at a high level, but gave some specifics of, maybe in year 1 and 2, it's 50% of the base rate of single family going up to 75 by potentially year 5. That would help potentially address that, but that gives Wildan some at least information to do some math calculations for us to see if that's an option and what that option looks like. But the cost of delivery service model, so we're talking about moving multifamily up. What that did is that brought down the base service for single family and leveled it out for everybody. So it wasn't where we were bringing multifamily to meet single family. We were saying what's the cost of delivery for all of them, and all of that base rate came down. That's why you saw some of the decreases. And unfortunately, Councilmember Campbell, you might not have that in front of you based on what you've described this evening, but that presentation will be waiting for you when you get back to be able to see that clearly identified on the bar graph. Any other?
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right, any other comments or thoughts?
Make a motion.
Please.
That was a lot of information so that we could establish September 26th.
Can I jump in for
Mr.
a quick
Knudsen?
second?
Yes.
If it's okay with you, Vice Mayor Lane? I know it's late and so forth, but this is going to help us in terms of staff preparing the sample billing and next steps. So it sounds like council's got a pretty good consensus when it comes down to option A, a cost of service model. Some conversation going back and forth, right, with as far as maybe a phased-in approach, maybe not a phased-in approach. Maybe you had a conversation about instead of the option that Kevin presented was a phased-in approach to get multifamily to 100%. Mayor, you talked about maybe at 75%, so maybe there's a phased-in approach to get to 75%. It sure would be nice if there was some type of maybe a quick conversation amongst council to say that yes, 75%, yes, 100%, yes, phasing, no phasing, something along those lines to help us just a little bit. And if there isn't a consensus, no problem. We can circle back and have another conversation with council, maybe in about a month. But we can't take what we know now straight to the public hearing at the end of in September without having a little more feedback. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. So what I heard, I'm not trying to put any words in anyone's mouth. So if this is not correct, please tell me. It sounds like a phased-in approach everyone is open to that. From my perspective alone, it's difficult to have some of these conversations when I don't see a sample bill. Like it's hard to be able to put that together until I have a sample bill. But I, for one, can support hitting an eventual goal of multifamily being 75% of base rate for multifamily. And I say that generally because until I actually could see the numbers, it makes it very difficult. But other members of the council, I know your thoughts on phase-in approach. Are you guys comfortable with the phase-in approach? Not determining what that is right now, but are you comfortable with just the concept of potentially a phased-in approach?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Dolan?
Yeah, I'm okay with the phased-in approach as long as it's a little bit more realistic. I guess, and that's the question for our consultant is, what kind of savings? I mean, I get it. Maybe they're not 100% of multifamily. They have one bill versus, there are definitely some savings to the city. But, I guess is because right now, compared to what it is 75%. I guess that's the question maybe they can help us with. Is 75% that answer? To me, I feel more like the 85, 90% area for the cost of service size. But I guess that's maybe a question for them. But yeah, no, I'm okay with the steps as long as it's a little realistic and, because they have had time and people I've talked to is, I hope they're going back to their boards and they're going to need to make these changes. But so, yeah, maybe not 100%, but maybe somewhere between that 75 or 90, I think maybe, and that's what we need the consultant maybe to help us with.
Yeah, so Councilmember Dolan, that's a great point. And I was talking big picture and having to use specific examples. So I'm not set to any number, and I don't think Wildan's prepared with any number because I literally just threw it out for a conceptual idea. So I think you answered the question for us, Councilmember Dolan, is that you're open to a phased-in approach and not to be 100%. But the consultant has to do some math based on knowing we're open to that conversation. Is that fair enough for an answer for you right now, Councilmember Dolan? And we'll get specifics when we meet
Yes.
next. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Other members of council, are you comfortable with, again, phased in approach and potentially not 100%? And we're just talking to do the math so we can make a decision with real numbers. Yeah.
Mayor?
Councilmember Moses, and then we'll go to Vice Mayor Lane.
No, thank you. I'll come off the Band-Aid approach a little bit if it's a shortened time frame on the phased-in approach. And then also I'd be open to negotiating negotiating down where, multifamily would land, but only if that's where the consultant said. I really want to stick to the cost of delivery method. And if the consultant says that there are some savings from multifamily and from these large condos, then yes, I think we should ethically. I think it's the only thing we should do, but only if the consultant, our hired experts say that that's where we should land. When the homeowner from the condo association started telling all those things, I was kind of hoping the consultant could chime in and say, if those were already taken in consideration or not, and if those are, valid things that we need to consider. So I'd like to hear from them. If it's not at this meeting, definitely the next one.
Perfect. All right. So we're to 3.
Well, I'm going to disappoint you.
Vice Mayor Lane.
So as far as the cost of service, yes, if it turns out that it costs the city less money to build one condo then I don't have a problem with adjusting because it should be cost of service. As far as continuing the phased-in approach, I disagree. We've been doing the phased-in approach. That's what we've been doing for the last year and a half. It's been subsidized, just for lack of a better term, with the condo owners paying so much less. And I totally understand the fact that their infrastructure costs more because it's under their streets. That's on their property. If it's on my property, I got to pay for everything on my property. They got to pay for everything on their property. I pay it by myself. They get to spread it amongst 100 or however many people are there. So to me, that's not an argument. So I don't want to go forward with the phased-in approach because we've already done that and given them that option. So thank you.
The phased-in approach that I suggested was 2 months. So we're not talking huge.
No, I understand.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
It's time. Would it be fair to the homeowners association? Sure. Is it fair to everybody else? I don't think so. Yeah. My opinion only.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Fair enough. Councilmember Koch?
I'll open to the conversation, but again, I stand by what I said before, and much like Councilmember Lane, from the beginning, it's been my stance that we need to do it on cost of service, and we need to make it fair across the board. If there's numbers that the consultant comes back with that prove that we can do it at less, I'm open to that conversation and listening to what that is. But I've been pretty steadfast on my vote from before and my feelings, and I really haven't been swayed to change that at this point. So.
Yeah, thank you. Any other thoughts? All right, but I do think with Councilmember Koch's comment, we did get to a point where we're open to both of those. So we're open to less than 100% a calculation to have actual numbers in front of us and talking about phased in. Again, these are not decisions we're making. These are just direction to be able to provide us better data. Vice Mayor Lane?
Mr. Mayor, motion?
Please.
I move to adopt the notice of intention to increase water and wastewater rates and charges and establish September the 26th, 2023 as the date for the public hearing regarding the proposed rate increases in conformity with state law.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Lane. We have a second from Councilmember Koch. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Campbell?
Nay.
Thank you. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried 5-2.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Burnett. Thank you, Mr. Kozlowski. Thank you, Ms. Ward. We appreciate it. Moving on to item 7.6, ratify change order number 5 to construction contract for the Island Wastewater Treatment Plant Flow Equalization Basin Replacement Project with Technology Construction, Inc. Good evening, Mr. Hart.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. It's good to be here tonight. Get to the exciting part of the City Council now and get to talk about what you guys are all kind of addressing right now. We're doing construction here. My purpose here is to make a recommendation for the ratification of change order number 5 to the construction contract for the Island FEB replacement project with Technology Construction in the amount of $110,904.43. As a brief little kind of update on the project and then what this particular ratification change order pertains to. The Highland Wastewater Treatment Plant Flow Equalization Basin, as all of you know, the replacement project is out on the island, hence the name. And the Flow Equalization Basin, if you were to come in off of McCulloch there, as you enter into the facility, the existing facility, and where it's currently being built as well, is right there on to the left, as you'll see in this old aerial picture. The City Council actually awarded construction to this contract to Technology Construction way back in July 13th of 2021. We had some materials delays, which caused us to not start till November of 21. And then we had a little 9-month pause there where we dealt with some issues and some escalations and things like that. But we were back in full swing by September of 2022. We've had a series of change orders since then, and now we're at our change order 5, which deals with 3 items. The first item pertains to extended excavation time when the contractor was installing the 20-inch DIP from the new basin to the existing Y that we have out there, due really to an unknown number of underground piping encountered. And I'm going to show some pictures that will help paint that for you so you can see what we were talking about. Another item on here is the odor control pad revisions. When we were actually going into the phase of the grading of the area and recognizing that we didn't have enough material to match the top of the FEB, we had to adjust down. And we really worked back and forth with the contractor to keep costs down as much as we could, not importing the material for the odor control pad itself, changing some of the piping so that the odor control didn't sit out as far, some slope work. And this required, to meet OSHA, standards, we had to build some stairways that go up to the pad, which I'll show you here in a minute, and some aluminum rail. But we worked really hard to try to keep that cost down. And then the last item that it pertains to is when we actually went into the coating of the FEB, and I'll show some pictures on that, we ran into some unexpected interior cracking of the contraction joints that were there that we needed to address now, so that down the road when we begin to utilize the FEB, that material does not begin to get eaten away and cause us issues. So the first item that I talked about was the Y, or the extension of the 20-inch DIP. So this is kind of a plan layout. I don't know if my little arrow is going to work, but over here is the existing headwork building. This is our new FEB, and we had to hook up from the lower portion, which actually was about 13 feet down, and bring it over here to the Y. So as we began to work on that, as we began to expose it, we came across just a myriad of pipes of all variety and all sizes. Anywhere from the 2-inch to 8-inch to 18-inch. And it just seemed like we were encountering item after item, as well as we found out back in the day there was some work that had to be done with the pipe blowing out, and a lot of concrete had been poured in as a thrust block. And that was actually rather large, and we were just able to miss the edge of that. So the contractor worked very carefully to try to get through that. So they actually had laborers on site for over a 2-week period just in this section, which I highlighted here on this picture with the what do you call that little cloud, I guess. So it was a good 40, 50 feet, if not more, in which they had two guys in there with shovels digging and trying to dump in buckets and take the material out. There was no other way to do it. And they really went kind of above and beyond the call and taking care of this forest. And they were very diligent in terms of safety, because anytime you're working around pipes and you're not sure what exactly you're encountering, you don't want to break them. And they were very careful on that matter. So we really appreciated that and worked out this agreement on cost on that. The other item I talked about was how we had to come up with stairs, or build stairs that go up to the facility. The FEB lid there, and we're going to be putting an aluminum handrail up on top and along the stairs to protect our employees. And then that second picture there, the revised odor control pad, that's how it looks today, and I'll show another picture here in a few minutes. But we were actually able to move the odor control in. It was actually another 20 plus feet out, which would have caused us to have to bring more material import, and there was cost in that. We negotiated with the contractor to avoid that, as well as our design engineer, Carollo. The interior coating of the FEB was completed on April 24th of 23. So it's a very nice tan color, if you will. And then we were able to come in and install the aluminum roof, which was done by May 2nd of 23. The cracking that I talked about, which is the third item, as we saw there in the construction joints, this hairline fracturing, but we felt we needed to take care of it, and we ended up going with a force account. The contractor was estimating, 150 hours it would take. It actually ended up taking about 120 or so with the force account that we did. So there was some cost savings there, but that is going to obviously protect those expansion joints. Believe it or not, concrete does expand a little bit here, even though, we have, I can't even say relative temperatures, right? Because we all know what we've been experiencing the last 3 weeks. So we do get some cold and heat throughout the year, and things expand and contract. But today, the construction site looks like this. Very beautiful. We've added in part of this this change order pertains to what you're seeing there with the riprap. It's actually a 3/4 inch minus to protect some of the slope. We have the stairways there, which we're waiting for the railing. So we're kind of in a pause, other than the electrical side that's going on right now. We're in a pause as we wait for the odor control itself, the vessel, to show up and its components, which we have been told we're looking at about. We originally were told 6 to 8 weeks. Now we're being told 2 to 4. So that's kind of where we're at today. And I'm here, like I shared earlier, the work that was done with the extension was done back in February. And then the work with the odor control, this stuff was actually worked on here in May. And then we had the recent work done with the contraction joint. So I'm hoping this is the last change order that we'll be bringing to you. The odor control itself, I think, is pretty cut and dry. And now that we're above ground where we can see everything, unlike when below ground we can't, that's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a 5 limit change order, so I think this has to be the last one. Yeah. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Hart from members of the council? All right. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item?
So Murray, why so many change orders? Is the engineering firm that you have missing all of these? Underground piping is not unusual in a facility like that. And I'd hope that when we're all done here, you're going to have this full set of drawings that's going to show you what's in the ground, right? Rather than have to go back to this again. It seems like an awful lot of changes for a project of this nature. And is the guy who did the engineering going to kick any money on this because he said, "Oh, geez, I forgot about it" or whatever? To me, it's a lot of money. It has to be spent, but too many change orders. I mean, I don't get it. So
yeah, no,
that's
thank
my
you, Mr.
feeling.
Murray. Yeah, great point. This is the project that just keeps on giving. So,
No, I think that's a fair question. And when you talk about quote quantifying numbers of change orders, 5 does sound like a lot, but when you look at what each one actually is, obviously the change order one was a great big one, the escalation costs and some of the changes we had to make, which was, as we know, around $1 million. Change order 2 was the emergency work that we dealt with a 30-inch DIP, the ductile iron pipe, where we thought we had a valve underground, which turned out it wasn't there. And then once we got into removing that cap, we saw that it was eaten away. We just could not leave it. And that was around $36,000. Then you get to this extension of the 20-inch DIP, extend the 20-inch DIP where we had to hook to the wire. We had a couple couplers. That was $1,900, that change order 3. And then change order 4 was where we had to do some extension of the basin pumping, where we had this test where we actually filled up the FEB for leakage test. And so we had to sit there and fill it all the way up, and we used our reclaimed water from our pond nearby, and it took a long time to fill it up, and then we had to sit there for 24 hours and look for leaks, and unfortunately there was none. And then when there was some pumping going back, and we just ran to it, and that was only $6,300, change order 4. So 5 change orders sounds like a lot, but really 2 of those change orders were combined less than 10,000. So. And to answer your question too, at the end we'll have as-built plans, and we're going to know where everything is around the FEV. Nowhere else. So, but I do agree. We always want to keep change orders to a minimum. That's our goal. And I feel pretty good about this project just because of the magnitude of what we have been able to achieve and all the unknowns underground. I wish I could say that cities, and I don't want to pick on us because it's everywhere, that's one of the challenges, as-built. What's in the ground? Was it recorded accurately? And then you run into the stuff like this. So thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Yeah, please, Vice Mayor Lane.
I move to ratify change order number 5 to construction contract for the Island Wastewater Treatment Plant Flow Equalization Basin Replacement Project with Technology Construction, Inc. in the amount of $110,904.43.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Lane, a second from Councilmember Koch. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. All right, our final public hearing, item 7.7, is award bid for the North Well Field Pump and Downhole Improvement Project to Weber Water Resources, LLC. Mr. Hart?
Again, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I appreciate you hanging around as long as you have for this. So we're going to talk about water now. This project here, the purpose of my presentation right now is to recommend the award for a bid on the Northwell Field Pump and Downhole Improvement Project to Weber Water Resources, LLC, in the amount of $386,307. As a reminder, the Northwell Field is actually runs along the London Bridge Road, pretty much from Industrial up to close to Palo Verde. We have a series of wells on there. We have well 23 down at the water treatment plant that we just built last year. Well 11, well 12, well 10 is actually there on the south end of the Public Works parking lot. And then we have well 22, which we built last year. And then we have well 14, 15, and 16 as you head north towards the wash. This project in particular deals with wells 10, well 14, and well 15. Well 15, if you were to go out there today, this is what you would see. You can note the old backup generator motor there, which is actually doing pretty well. Well 14. It's an older well like most of these others, and then well 10. This is actually on our facility there on the south end, as I shared. The goal here is to rehabilitate these 3 wells, and as you know, we've been talking for the 5 years that I've been here about the need to rehabilitate the horizontal collector well. And how we go about doing that is we've actually, as you know, built 2 new wells, and now we're going back and rehabbing these 3 wells so that we can get them to a point where we can actually shut down the horizontal collector well and go through that process of working on it, of cleaning out the laterals, of redoing the pumping, but that's a whole nother time to talk about it. So this job, we're going to be looking at several things to do. One of them is the installation of the airline water level devices. We're going to be doing some downhole brushing and bailing. We're going to be installing a swedge liner in one well with the damaged casing. So we know that one of the wells actually has a hole X amount of feet down. It's not big. It's maybe I'm going to say 4 inches is what I'm told, or something like that. So we're going to fix that, and then we're going to do new hollow shaft motors, et cetera. So the plan view that you're seeing right here is pretty much standard for the 3 wells. The project schedule for this is 90 calendar days, so about 3 months. The anticipated completion will be in December of this year. That's the goal. We've talked to this contractor who's the apparent low bidder. We've asked about potential material delays, and they think we're like 2 months out with materials. So should the council award the project tonight, then we'll go ahead and issue what we call notice to proceed for material purchase, get that process started, and then once everything's ready, we'll actually start the calendar days. The engineer's estimate on this, now this is base bid plus force account plus additive alternate, was $651,000. So the budget that we had was about $500,000. And our consultant, checking with the numbers in the market, felt that if you were to do all 3 wells, you're going to be about $651,000. So we knew we couldn't go out to bid with that amount. So what we did was we created a base bid, and we determined that there was wells 10 and 14 that we really needed to be completed. So that'd be our base bid. If the bids came in reasonable and there was money left over for the add alternate, which was well 15, then we would hopefully be able to do all 3. So we were fortunate enough to receive 2 bids, and Weber Water Resources came in at $386,307 for all 3. So that was really good. We were really happy. It was great to have our pre-bid and have over 4 contractors show up, asking lots of questions, doing a lot of research, and making sure their numbers were where they needed to be. And we were very thankful for that. And KP Ventures Well Drilling and Pump Co., they came in second at $537,690.54. So after doing our due diligence and making phone calls on Weber Water Resources and talking to staff on hand that's dealt with them, they are very reputable and are known to work well. So I'm recommending, or the Public Works is recommending construction contract be awarded to Weber Water Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Are there any questions of Mr. Hart from members of the council? No, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion and possible motion. I will say that our earlier item about water and wastewater rates, you wonder where the capital improvement projects are. Well, we just are doing 2 of them right now. So these are really important projects that Mr. Hart explained, and this is where some of that rate goes to ensure that we have a quality infrastructure for our water users. Any questions or motion?
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Koch?
Motion?
Please.
I move to award the bid for the North Well Field Pump and Downhole Improvement Project to Weber Water Resources LLC in the amount of $386,307.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Koch, a second from Vice Mayor Lane. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Moses?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Hart. All right, item 8 is our call to the public. This is an opportunity where citizens have to address the city council on items within the jurisdiction of Lake Havasu City. The light indicator box next to Ms. Davis will track time. Green means you have time. Yellow means 1 minute remaining. And red means that your time is up. During call to the public, we can't have a two-way conversation, so council will listen intently to whatever conversations or comments you might have, but we cannot respond. Would anyone like to address city council during call to the public?
Good evening. I'll make it short. My name is Steve Greeley. And at one time, there was a island-specific plan. It was back in 2000. It was part of our general plan. And the purpose of the island-specific plan was to ensure shoreline access and open space on the island, which we pretty much have at this time. The golf course that is in question for an upcoming auction encompasses 88 acres, the old Nautical Inn Golf Course. During this time, the golf course was under lease by the State Land Department. So there's really no concerns. We had no idea that the golf course would eventually shut down. Shoreline access was specifically addressed and agreed upon for open space and recreational use as part of the island-specific plan. And no more RV parks and no development unless already fee simple property was also agreed upon with the city and the State Land Department at that time. Also at that time, if you can recall, there was a SOS, Save Our Shoreline committee that was formed by the city and citizens. And that addressed shoreline access on the mainland and the island. The committee agreed that undeveloped land owned by the BLM at that time and state land provide free public access to the shoreline. Also at that time, state land leased property was also discussed by the committee, and the committee wanted to make sure that public access to the shoreline was part of any lease agreements. So the State Land Department right now is looking to sell off the 88 acres of the old Nautical Inn Golf Course. The purpose of the State Land Department is to benefit the school children of the state of Arizona, and that comes from revenue from state-owned property. Usually leasing land has a better and lasting revenue stream than selling land. With the pending auction this summer, coming up here, maybe in July or August from what I'm told, it could set a precedent to transfer public land to the private sector on the island. Any development will be in contrary to the island-specific plan and the work of the Save Our Shoreline Committee. This auction will most likely not be the last. This will set a precedent that could privatize the south end and the north end of the island, and it may not stop there. There is state-owned shoreline on the mainland too. The second bridge could bring some light, the study of the second bridge, to some of the development on the island for the future. If a second bridge is not built, then the question of what additional housing will do on the existing infrastructure on the island if the auction goes through and the land is sold. Water, sewer, and traffic must be considered. For example, if 300 homes are built, that's at least 600 more vehicles, not to mention recreational vehicles and boats that could depend on London Bridge.
The light indicator box was not working right.
Okay.
Yeah, finish.
I'm going to summarize.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I would like the city to have a work session and discuss directions for the shoreline access and determine if the sale of government-owned shoreline is the best interest of our community. It will be nice to know where each council member stands. Public input is essential, and having public hearings on the island and shoreline will determine if the pulse of the community has changed over the past 20 years. There is also the need for more recreational facilities in this town. There is a recent talk of a new swimming pool. Think about the city owning 88 acres, what ball fields could be built, and the benefit current residents and future generations can have. Be open to the idea of public-private partnerships that could provide an indoor pickleball and tennis center and other indoor activities. One person even suggested Topgolf. If the city is not participating in the upcoming auction, I would ask for reconsideration. At least be prepared for the next auction because it's just coming around the corner. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Would anyone else like to address the city council during call to the public? Seeing none, we'll close the call to the public. Item 9, current events. Are there any council committee reports? Yeah, Vice Mayor Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last night we had our Parks and Recreation Board meeting, and we introduced the two new members that the council appointed, Mercedes Kaiser and Jason Mitchell. They had their first meeting last night. They were very happy to be there. And then they had an election to see who would be the chair and the vice chair. Mr. Kyler Cox has been reelected as the chairman of the Parks and Recs with Shannon Murray. Miss Shannon Murray will be the vice chair of that. And one of the things we learned last night was we have been telling organizations that they need to chip in to help with some of these different upgrades that they would like. And over the last year, the Chiefs football team has spent about $30,000 in upgrades, including fencing for the Island football field. So it's really nice to see that those young men that are playing football and their families are picking up part of that tab for the increase in facilities out there. So that's my report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Lane. Are there any other council committee reports? All right, future meetings. Our next meeting is on Tuesday, August 8th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. It's a regular meeting. And then on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 5:30 p.m., we will also have a regular meeting. Item 11, are there any future discussion items? Hearing none. Before we adjourn this meeting, because we had so many council members having to Zoom in or join us virtually, we had to change some things up. So a big thank you to Jerry in the control room, Steve in the control room for making all of that happen. And then also Ms. Davis for stepping in for Ms. Williams. Hopefully she's enjoying her statewide award. So thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yeah, Councilmember
I want to
Campbell.
do a discussion item.
Oh, you want to go back to future discussion items?
I was trying to slide in there. You didn't hear me.
Oh, no, I did not. Okay, yes. You have a future discussion item?
I would like to motion to add a work session in regards to the development of the island.
All right, do we have a second?
I can second that.
And do we have a third?
I will.
All right, do we have any specifics? Is this based on Mr. Greeley's comments or?
The direction of Mr. Greeley. Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Gunnarsson, do you have questions on what that's going to look like? The only concern I have with is the timing. We have the second bridge study, which I think is an important component of master planning the island. So I don't want the expectation to be that we're going to have this conversation before we have that conversation. I see Mr. Greeley shaking his head, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. Is there any way that I understand the conversation wants to happen. It sounds like the council wants to happen, but I think we need some time before we meet next meeting or in the month of September to talk about something that we're already in the works of talking about the planning for the island.
I agree. Maybe just regroup a little bit. We don't have to do it next week, but I really appreciated Mr. Greeley's statement, and I appreciate the third for just a discussion. Or it wasn't. It was a discussion to just have a work session coming up. That was it.
Definitely, yeah. But we just have to make sure all of our pieces are together since we're already in different elements of that. But yeah, if you're good with giving time so we can pull out the island specific plan that was mentioned, talk about the second bridge planning process, then I think that we can make that happen. Then we have the motions and seconds to do that.
That would be my. When I agreed with this, it's not going to be tomorrow or next week, but we will have this discussion amongst the entire council and the public, especially after we know what's going to happen with the next bridge. It just doesn't have to be right now, but we do need to have that discussion.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor, but with that being said, it shouldn't be pushed out too far, because I think what I heard from Mr. Greeley is that he wanted to have public input before we have an outside study tell us what they think our island may be or should be. I may be wrong, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, the island planning for the second bridge is not them telling us. It's a public outreach process that actually might spur exactly the comments that Mr. Greeley was mentioning. So I think we understand where we're at, and everyone seems flexible on the timing, and we'll definitely have that conversation going forward.
All right. Thank you much.
All right. Moving on to item 12. Do we have a motion to adjourn? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all for being here. Be kind. We'll see you next time.